Hey Ryan, how's it going?
Hello, hello.
Hey guys, welcome to Echoes in the Mountains. This is my first live stream. I'm sorry we had just a slight delay. I was trying to get things set up correctly. I apologize. But again, welcome to the stream. We've got Ryan Finds Truth live with us tonight. We're going to be talking about a lot of things, a lot of some early searches that I've done in the Summer Wells case, along with maybe some mapping. I've got some maps in the process that I've tried to make. One is still in the process of developing, but I do have one already that we can take a look at. So we'll be able to get into that. So how are you tonight, Ryan?
I'm doing good. We just went out with Moon today and did another training session at the park, so that was fun. She did good. Um, we have we got some new scent from Rachel and Butch, so it was a little different for her. It was a stronger scent than she's used to, because we have more now since we got that from them, and she almost didn't know what to do. Like when she got into this cloud of scent, she was like, and then I give her a few minutes to get used to it, and then she found it, of course. So, yeah, good weekend. And it's always fun doing a live with you. So I think a Saturday. I know we were going to do a Friday night live, but I think a Saturday night live is just as good.
Yeah, absolutely. We were uh, we were really wanting to go live last night. Me and Ryan, we talked about it all day, and it just wasn't happening. And we don't want to. One thing that me and Ryan have talked about so much is we do things with integrity. Um, we sat and we talked, and we are like, we can go on live. We could try to talk about stuff, but we want to talk about facts. We want to talk about stuff that is the truth. That's why Ryan's channel is Ryan Find Truth. And so we don't want to talk about anything that's fake, anything, any drama. We are here to talk about the truth in this case and to help find Summer Wells. That is our number one priority, isn't it, Ryan?
Yes. And so Chris and I have been. I'll tell you guys right now. Chris has connections. Chris knows people, and he's lining up. He's trying so hard to line up amazing interviews for his channel, and I'm excited about that. I think that people are recognizing that Chris is trying to align with doing the right thing on YouTube, handling his new channel the right way, and when doing interviews, respecting people's right to privacy if they don't want to be on, YouTube. There are ways to do that, making them anonymous, and he's working on some amazing interviews. I'm not going to say who, obviously, but there's some really cool stuff coming up. If you guys have not subscribed to Chris's channel yet, please, I'll put it in my description. If you're on my channel, if you're on his channel, please, if this is the first time you've ever seen Chris, subscribe, because he is boots on the ground. He's going to be searching. He's going to be talking to people who have searched. He's going to be getting interviews that, I'm telling you guys, people have not been able to get because of his connections, and people trust Chris. They know his background in the search community. They know what he's been doing, and they're willing to talk to him even when they haven't been willing to talk to other people. So I'm excited about what you've got planned, Chris, coming up, and I'm excited about being part of it too.
Yes, thank you. We definitely have some great interviews on the horizon. Everyone has a busy life. That's the biggest thing right now. It's just trying to align their schedules with our schedule. But once we can get that aligned, of course, we're gonna have. I can give you a few names, but I know Ryan wasn't willing to. But I will definitely give you a few some clues on what's going to be coming up on the channel. We have, of course, we're always going to have Gene Robinson on the channel. Gene's my mentor. Gene does studies at the Body Farm in Texas. He's the one that's taught us all of this. He's the one that's gave us the skills to be able to go out and to search for Summer and to search for other missing people. So Gene is always going to be welcome on the channel. He'll be back very soon. He couldn't be with us tonight. Um, we also are in the works. We are trying to get in contact with the director of EquiSearch himself, Tim Miller. Tim's story is a heartbreaking story. But I definitely want to get him on here and, talk to him about his daughter and his pursuit of justice, finding his daughter. It is a heartbreaking, but also a story of perseverance. So we'll have Tim on here soon. We also have a few first responders that responded to Summer's case. That's
so
going to be a fantastic live,
Yeah.
guys. When we can make this happen, this is going to be something that it's just going to open up so many questions. We're going to have so many questions for these guys. But
and Chris, these are locals too. These are people who live here, and they were invested in the case. They wanted to find, and they were part of the whole, when the news interviews are going on, when they were talking about the teams in the woods, the teams putting in the blood, sweat, and tears to find Summer. They were on those teams. They were
yes.
in the woods, which is amazing. And Tim Miller, I told this story too about EquiSearch, not about EquiSearch directly, but our mentor. When we first started, we had a mentor as well, and I mentioned her. I haven't mentioned her by name, but she is the sergeant who did 2 tours, one in Afghanistan, one in Iraq, then came back to the U.S. and searched for indigenous women in the Southwest U.S. And she was friends with the folks in EquiSearch, and she guided us in the direction of trying to do search and rescue the right way, the ethical way. And she and that's why we are huge fans of EquiSearch. Is it okay if I talk about Twyla a little bit, Chris?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead. The floor's yours, Ryan.
So Chris called up. Chris, like I said, he's got connections, and he called Twyla the other night. This was last night, I think. And when I heard, he told me, he's like, hey, I'm going to talk to Twyla real quick. I just want to see if, she's willing to talk sometime and just kind of get theories about where to search and kind of bounce ideas off of her. And I'm like, dude, Twyla? Because I am a huge fanboy of Twyla's. I've seen her on duty runs. He's like, dude, give me 10 minutes. I'll get her on the phone and I'll link you in. And so he called Twyla, got her on the phone, and then he did a 3-way conference, and I got to talk to Twyla, which I've always wanted to do. When I saw her on duty run, she described how difficult the searches were during Summerwell's searches and all the crap they went through. And Dave, of course, I've always been a fan of Dave's as far as the level of effort they put into the searches for Summer. So I just want to share that it was the coolest experience being able to just bounce ideas off Twyla last night and have that conversation with you and her. So thank you, Chris. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. It was great to talk to Twyla again, and hear that awesome voice of hers come on, and the passion just came right back talking about Summer. You heard it, Ryan. She was just straight right in it again. Like, it was almost like she was out here in East Tennessee with us right here, ready to rock and roll, ready to go out and get boots on the ground and search for Summer again tomorrow.
Yeah, she started throwing out ideas, right? Like, she started brainstorm right there on the phone. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, she did. So you know what? I don't want to hold that in any longer, Ryan. Before we get into the meat of our live, one thing that I do want to talk about is some of the things that me and you discussed.
Okay.
We had talked about, there's a new sheriff coming in.
Yes.
So I know that you've met with the new sheriff, right? You've talked with him before.
Not me directly. So everybody knows Nana for Life. I've connected with Nana for Life because she knows a lot of people, and she met with the sheriff, and she said, hey, look, if I can get people who are willing to search, who are willing to help the Hawkins County Police Department search, are you open to it? And he 100% said, Absolutely. We need to get back to this. We need to start revisiting the case. So yeah, not me directly, but yeah,
Okay.
Nana for Life absolutely did. Yes.
Awesome. So we do have at least a connection with the new sheriff.
Mhm.
I'm going to be trying to talk to the new sheriff as well because I've directly worked with EquiSearch and Hawkins County and the TBI before. I would like to talk with the new sheriff, and the goal would be to bring EquiSearch back to East Tennessee.
Yeah. Mhm.
Um, they have expanded a lot since they came out here. They have a drone team of their own. They also have the same drone capabilities that we have. The near infrared, the thermal, the RGB, they have all of those capabilities as well. So what's better than just one drone pilot out here working? 3, 4, 5 drone pilots out here working, all searching, all searching Beech Creek, mapping out the area. Ryan, can you imagine some of the like how much work we could get done when the leaves start to fall and we have 3 or 4 drone pilots out here flying together to get
Yeah.
this done?
Yeah, well, the timing is perfect too because he takes office in September and the leaves are starting to drop in September. The timing is perfect. And so if that can happen, I think that it would be the perfect time of year. And you and I have been talking about doing a systematic focused on ground zero, starting at 110 Ben Hill at ground zero and doing just a radius outward rescanning. And with just your drone, possibly my little 4K drone if I wanted to try, but mostly, your technology starting at 110, fanning out. Yes, you and I could do it. It would take us God knows how long to redo the whole 5 mile radius. But absolutely, man, if we've got a team of people with the right technology, uh, oh my gosh, that's a game changer. And to
Yep.
Gene even said when we talked to him last time, you and I asked him, do you recommend doing this again? Rescanning, should we do it? And he mentioned um change, what did he call it?
Change analysis.
Change analysis. He
So,
said yes, right?
doing analysis on the change from year to year on a certain location to go back and see, especially with the progression of AI, um, the progression of some of our programs that have gotten better over the years, that we can look and see, the change in the ground, the change in just everything around the area. So, like we said, Gene called it change analysis. That's what we're going to be looking for to see if we can determine any changes in just the whole area of Beech Creek since Summer went missing. I do want to answer Act Right here. Act Right says, do they not need the family's permission, Chris, or is that not true? So, we would just need the family's permission to come onto their land.
Mhm.
And of course, they have said that they don't want me on their property anymore, but that's okay. What would they say to EquiSearch and the Hawkins County Sheriff's Department and the TBI? Surely they
Yep.
ain't going to turn down that many people to come back looking for their daughter, right?
Mhm.
Um, I would imagine that they would give permission for a big team to come back out and to search for Summer again. So,
Yeah,
with that being
and
said, today, we've been talking. We've done a short on the channel. We've been talking about starting over from square one, starting from the beginning of this case, and the beginning of Summer's case starts at Warriors Path Park at the horse stables that have since been burned down, um, and
yep.
that's where everything begins. We have a video of Summer there swimming along with Hunter, and Candace is there as well, along with Grandma. She was there as well. So we're going to pull that up here and take a look at some of the photos that I've got from the day. We also have a little
Nice.
map of that area as well. Okay. And let's see here.
You did this just today, Chris?
I've been out there multiple times, Ryan, in the past week. Um,
Nice. That's
something,
awesome.
you know, the more I went, the more I felt like I needed to go back. And I don't know what it was, but I felt like I needed to go back. I needed to fly again. I needed to look again. I get it. Many people have been there before. Many people have looked there before. And do I believe that I'm going to find anything there? I don't know. But with the help of our community and the help of our channel, I definitely want to take a look at it again.
Yep, I agree. Truthful, in full, powerful. Wow, that's a long name. Yeah, the horse stables burned down last year, and I don't know if they ever released a public report on the cause of the fire, but I know initially it was suspicious. So yeah, the stables burned down. I think that's amazing, Chris. And I get it, because when we went out there to the swimming hole, Jen and I initially alone, and then we went back again when we had Nug and Adam come out on the water. We took them and showed them where that was. We landed and showed them the little memorial on the tree. And you're right, there's something about it. Like you feel it when you're there, don't you? Like this was the last spot.
You do. You do. There's just something about going somewhere where a little girl was last seen. Um, you know, and yeah, like Ryan said, the horse stables have burned down. That's so sad, because that was a staple of that area for the longest time.
Mhm.
Um, so what we have here is I have a map of the area around the horse stables out into the swimming hole. And so we can move around that area. We can take a look at it. We can zoom in on this map. This was multiple pictures taken by my drone. This is just one of the technologies that we have and that we have the ability to do. This map right here took me all of maybe 10 minutes to photograph and
Wow.
5 minutes to upload. And there are quicker ways. We can upload these quicker with less resolution if we need to get a map made a lot faster. So as you can see, we can zoom in. This is a 20 megapixel imager, so we can zoom in and we can take a look all over. This is the area that Summer was last seen, the last sign of life, as someone said in the comments. She was seen in this swimming hole, swimming with Hunter. There was a, do you know who it was, Ryan, that said that at one point Summer may have went under the water for a few seconds and Hunter had to go under and grab her, right?
Yeah, that was Hunter that said that.
Okay. So let's see. So we can turn this into a 3D map as well. I can kind of show you all where the swimming hole comes out from Warrior's Path. Now I try to keep this map on the smaller side, because the more pictures we have, the longer this takes to upload. So we also have a map like this that is in the process of right now of 110 Ben Hill Road, so we can show you, and that's not just 110 Ben Hill, but it's 110 Ben Hill Road back in year one of the investigation for Summer.
You've included the video you took, the drone footage you took from 2021. That's what that is?
Not right here.
No. I'm talking about 110 when we get to that.
Yes.
Wow. Oh, dude, that is amazing. That is cool. One thing I noticed too about this, and when we were there too, I noticed this, is the debris in this water is insane. Like that's an entire tree right there.
Yep. Looks like it's.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, right there. Isn't that insane?
That is.
To think that people swim in there is just, I don't know. It's hard to believe people actually swim in there.
So that's the thing, Ryan, is people don't swim in here. This is not a swimming hole.
Yeah.
This is a fishing hole. There was a fisherman there today that was fishing when I was over there looking at it today. The only reason anyone would come down here, and if you look to the left, you can see the trail that kind of comes down along the side of it. The only reason anyone would want to come into this area, Ryan, is if they are trying to stay away from other people.
It is secluded. Yeah, you're
It
right.
is a very secluded area. Um, but that's kind of what they were trying to do that day, right? Because we know that there was a Twisted Tea can found in that area as well.
Yeah.
We know that maybe Hunter may have been drinking that, or Candace may have been drinking that, but we're not 100% sure. That's all just speculation. But this area would be somewhere to go swim that you would want to stay away from others. And Act Right says there's big old catfish there. There's also a big old carp there.
Yeah.
That is why people fish that area. We talked to a guy earlier who caught a huge carp already today. Um, but
Can I say hi
this
real quick?
is,
Can I say
yeah,
hi real quick? Nikki Stevenson, thanks for being here. I'm excited to see a lot of familiar faces showing up in chat. So it's nice to see a lot of people we have here. Again, everyone, if you have not subscribed to Chris's, please do. There's a lot of amazing stuff coming up. Chris has some big plans, and he's going to be moving very quickly on searches. And like he said earlier, in September, we're going to try to work with the sheriff and see if we can collaborate on getting as many resources in here as possible, which hasn't been possible up until now with the current Hawkins County, you know, administration. I'll say. I think September is going to be a game changer, and Chris is heading the spearhead of this campaign to get resources backing here if possible and looking for Summers. So I think it's amazing, Chris. I am so excited for the plans you've got, and I hope people are following along as we do it.
yeah. Thank you so much. We have a lot of plans to get resources back out into the East Tennessee community, because it does seem like we don't have many people out doing work for Summer anymore,
Yep.
and that's a sad thing. We need to put as many people back on her case as possible. If we're looking at the stables here, you can kind of see that you got a stairwell that goes up here, and this is kind of where the stables used to once sit. And as you see, they are no longer there. They have been burnt to the ground.
When you were out there today, Chris, I thought they rebuilt. Did you see a building there yet, or are they still working on it?
There was one building that
Okay.
they had been. Let's see here. So let's share my whole screen here. So
You are right, though, Chris, that area is absolutely in that on that day. Given and I'll be honest with everyone, the activities that were taking place included bringing alcohol. Nobody is going to question that she was giving alcohol to a minor. Everyone knows that's exactly what happened. And so, yes, the seclusion of the place allowed at least that to take place. There were also stories of other people, other kids, other than Hunter being there. And I don't know. This is rumor. I have not seen actual proof that other kids Hunter's age were there, but there was stuff going on that probably, I think you're absolutely right. I think the reason that location was selected was because that it was secluded and they could
yep,
do whatever they wanted on that day.
absolutely. So here you go, Ryan. This is a picture of the new building that has built so far.
Oh, nice.
I would have to go in. I've got video of it, but it's not fully uploaded yet. But if you take a look, we can kind of go through and
Good
look. You can
question,
see
Kenny.
the images here.
I'll check. The horse stables were burned down.
One thing that I do want to talk about while you check that, Ryan,
Yep.
is when we go back to, let's see here.
Oh, dude, it was
Whoa,
June 14th, 2024. June, the fact that was the month that the stables burned was very weird. You know what I mean? June 14th,
right.
2024 is this WGHL news article. I'll link it in the chat, but that's just the timing was so messed up. It was so weird.
So when we look here, Ryan, you can you can see out in this this photo right here. This is a kind of a closer look at the fishing hole that they wanted to call a swimming hole. And you see the tree that goes out through here. Do you notice how now this I do want to say from the beginning that this water was a lot lower back when Summer went missing. The TVA was working on Boone Dam at the time, so a lot of lake levels were significantly lower when this took place.
Yeah,
But
that's
do you
right.
notice the drastic drop off and how it seems to go from just shallow to kind of pretty deep um, with a fairly small window?
What is this area in relation to the beach that people usually fish from? Is the bottom of the screen, is that the beach area?
Yes, it would be. So let's go back to our map here. Give me just a moment. Okay, there we go.
Act Right Bitches says it burned way late in the morning, so it was actually the 15th. June 15th. That's crazy. Man.
Tennessee Twister. I'm gonna pull that comment up real quick.
Yeah.
My fish finder showed quick changes in depth. So that's kind of what I'm seeing as well. So when we go and we take a look here, we're going to look at drone deploy. We're going to go back to, let's see, our projects, and we're going to take a look back at the stables.
Okay.
We'll go back to 2D on this as well, so we can kind of see just a slight bit better. This is the fishing hole. Over here would be the beach. This is the beach area that people would swim from.
Okay. Yep, that makes sense. So you're right that you just had it flipped 180 degrees, but yeah, you can see the darkness of the water, the drop off. You're right. It does drop off pretty quick.
Yes.
And I was telling you earlier too that I had done a GoPro underwater on a pole, kind of walking through, and I think I walked out until where that big tree is in the center, which is still fairly shallow. So, and the coloring you can tell, like I walked up until where your cursor is, right there.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I think you're right. I think it does drop off very fast.
Right. I would be curious to hear from Tennessee Twister on their depths of how quickly it dropped off and how deep that it goes. If you would like to comment in the chat, that would be great. Okay, so there we go. There's our the comment that I just asked for. It drops about 20 feet out. Do you know, Tennessee Twister? Do you know about how deep that went? See, guys, this is a prime example of why we go back to places that many people have been before. Is because when we post this onto our community, this is something that we can look at together. We can look at together, take a look, and all of us can kind of discuss it together.
Yep, I agree. Also when we did scan it, we did a sonar scan. When I say we, I mean Nug and Adam, their sonar. There's not any weird objects on the bottom of this cove. Other than I think there was one sunken, it looked like a sunken like bottom of a boat or something, but it's fairly clean in that cove. There's nothing down there as far as we could see at that point. This was probably a couple years ago at this point.
Right. Let's see.
What do you think the relevance is, Chris? Are you kind of leaning in a direction when you're thinking Summer was swimming right there? There's a quick drop off. Are you leaning in a direction as far as that goes? do you think?
So I am not actually. So one thing that I do want to make clear is a lot of people think that Summer may have passed away at this location or may have drowned on the way home. That is very rare that that happens. I don't think that that's what happened to Summer. Um,
Hmm.
this is just the first location that she was seen, um, or the last location that she was seen alive. Now, let's see here. So we can go back to the horse stables here, and so they left here. They left the horse stables. They go down the road, and that's where at that point they made their way back to the pharmacy and then on their way back home. So once they got
Yeah.
back home is when Summer went missing, and I think I just got a notification. That's why I was kind of a little bit distracted for a moment. Let's see
Yeah.
here.
Hey, Chris, real quick, do you know how to highlight comments on here?
I do. I do. Um,
Could you highlight Sassy Sandy E, the Amoebas one? I've got to respond.
the amoebas comment. I seen that just a second ago.
Yeah, at 9:33. Yeah. So the one thing we realized after we moved down to Tennessee is that the water's warmer, and that's nice when you're swimming. I mean, it's very easy to jump in, but man, the first time I jumped into the water in Tennessee and dove my head under, the next day I had an ear infection. Like it was that dude, it was that quick. And I've never put my head under the water in Tennessee again. And I think it's because of the temperature. I think it's a good point. I don't think they're flesh eating amoebas, but there's bacteria in the water for sure.
So Act Right says, I feel like she's still with us. Maybe I'm wrong for it, but there's
Mm,
always hope. That is a comment that we're going to come back to later on in our
okay. I
stream
was gonna
here.
ask you, Chris, if you care to comment, because I know how you feel about that one.
Um, so as we see on the screen here, we have a new map uploaded. That's what was distracting me just a few minutes ago. I got the notification that our second map that we were processing has now been processed.
Awesome.
So, oh no, is it going to leave out? Oh man, it did not process as good as I wanted it to, but that's okay. We can go back and look at some of the photos that didn't process here because unfortunately, do we see what it left out, Ryan?
Oh shoot, really?
Right there, just a hole right at Ben Hill. But that's okay. I had to do this quickly because I didn't think that it was going to be ready for you all. Um, so we downloaded it and processed this map very quickly. I will process this map with more resolution, but it takes about 48 to 72 hours to process it. But we can take a look at a few things here. As you
Okay.
see, Beach Creek runs right along here, and it turns into Ben Hill right here, and comes down through here. Let's see.
Hey, Chris, could you respond to Nikki? Because she asked a really good question about, and I know people, this is going to happen, Chris, by the way. People are going to want to know your stance on the case and what you believe on the case. This is a really good question, though, because you and I did open up previously in one of our lives about potentially her being held somewhere. So you were part of the searches day one. You were on the ground with everyone else with EchoSearch. Do you think what Nikki is suggesting could be the case where people were moving her out of the search zone, and it potentially when the searches were finished that they moved her back in any way?
That is always a possibility when you do searches like this, is that the perpetrator, especially if it was someone close, that they would be watching the searches. They would, see where we've searched at before and then maybe move remains back to that location.
Yeah.
I want to go into that a little bit further later on in the stream here, because there is the biggest theory that I truly believe has happened. And, I don't want to give false hope, but we will talk about that soon and hopefully bring some hope to the case.
All right. Sounds good.
And a little bit of an echo there for a moment. So as we see if you turn the map into 3D, we kind of got some mountainous areas. You have a mountain right here, a valley where Ben Hill runs in between, and this was a mountain as well. We're going to get that uploaded and fixed here at some point. But what we can do in the process, let's go in.
Now, just to be clear, this is 2021 footage, right?
Yes, what we are going to be looking at right now is footage that was taken during my searches, my early searches with the private investigators of CNC Investigations. We're going to be looking at footage that I took in 2021. This is year one of the Summer Wells investigation.
Just to make it clear to everyone, because this is something this is never before seen. This is 2021 images that Chris took during the actual searches. So keep that in mind as Chris is going through this. That's huge. We have not seen this before. So we appreciate all of us. I'm sure the whole community appreciates you, Chris, being willing to actually share this and talk through it with everyone and kind of share your thoughts on it.
Yeah, and Ryan, we can actually go back even further. We can go back to footage from week one. Let's see here. So let's pull up Google Earth here so I can show everyone what we're looking at. And we will slowly go through some images from week one.
Awesome. Everyone coming in, by the way, if you're on Chris's channel or my channel, please hit the like. It does help with the algorithm, getting more people in here. We've got a lot scheduled, planned to discuss tonight. So just appreciate your support by hitting the like button.
So I'm going to add this to our stream real quick. We're going to pull this up, and I want to show you all. These are images that were taken from a drone from the first responders during week one of the Summer Wells search. So if we go and we pull up, let's pull up one of these images here.
Man, that's amazing. Look at all that. You guys did so much work. That is crazy.
Now, Ryan, I don't want to take credit for these photos right here. I did not get involved in the case until EquiSearch came out and done their search for summer. So these photos were taken from the first responders that are going to be doing interviews on my channel when they're free.
Okay.
But these first responders were involved. They were in the case. They're great drone pilots. And as you can see, they flew the case here. If I pull this up, I will tell you.
Wow.
I can give you an exact date here.
Just people don't, Chris. I don't know if people realize how much acreage was searched, man. Like this is amazing.
It is. It absolutely is. Let's see. And this is just one. This is just one avenue of searching. These images that I'm going to show you all are never before seen. These are images taken with a DJI drone that were used to search for summer. And I'm sorry, guys, this is going to be pretty emotional going through for me, for you all, because these were taken on June 17th, 2021.
Wow.
it is hard thinking about going back through stuff like this because this case is this case means so much to me, and I want Summer found so badly, and I know that the community does as well. But these photos, we're going to go through them here in a moment. As you can see, this was the location right here where Summer went missing. Actually, sorry, let me go.
Hey, Chris, do you mind if we pause for a second?
Yeah, sure.
You just made me think of something. You you obviously were one of the drone operators just days after Summer disappeared. And what drew you in? What made you, you heard about Summer disappearing. I don't know if anyone ever heard the story about how you initially decided, hey, I'm going to invest my time, my money, I'm going to use my technology and my resources to find Summer. Like what how did that happen? How did you get drawn into the case?
So I didn't, I of course I lived right here close to the case. I kept seeing this missing little girl on the news, and then when I realized that it was that she'd been missing for several days, and then I already owned a drone at the time.
Okay.
I loved piloting drones. It was a hobby of mine, and when I realized everything that they were doing out here in Beach Creek to try to find Summer, and then EquiSearch was started to get involved, and they were talking about trying to bring in drones. And at the time, I was like, well, you know what? I own a drone. I wonder if I could help. So I called up Dave Rader, and Dave was like, "Hey man, anybody in that area, so you already have a drone?" I'm like, "Yeah, I
Wow.
do." And
That was
Dave
the
was
first
like,
time you talked to Dave?
it was. He was
Wow, that
like,
is cool.
we would love to have you out here. Dave gets me in touch with Gene Robinson, um, and at the time we had an issue of not being able to get all of the batteries here, because the batteries for the drone that we were flying at the time, and we were flying kind of ancient technology according to what we have now, but they were called TB55 batteries, and these batteries could not be put on a plane. You could not fly with them on a plane. Um,
Oh, okay.
so
Explosion, right.
yes, so
Yeah.
my thing is they said, Dave wants to meet you. He's going to drive down there. He's going to meet you at Interstate 40, the 40 and 81 split, and he's going to give you these batteries.
Yep.
That way we have these batteries when Gene flies up here from Texas. So it was a lot of craziness to get that going. Gene
Wow.
flew up. I talked with Gene, and I helped Gene that weekend, and that's when Gene was like, "Chris, I don't want to, I don't want to talk bad about Gene, but he said, I'm getting older. I'm getting older. I'm getting up there in age, and I really need to teach people how to do what I do,
Yep.
so you all can continue to do good for the missing people." And so I talked to Gene. We got involved, and Gene said, "Chris, if I'm going to tell you right now, if you're getting involved with this for money, don't do it. There is no money in searching for missing people."
That's true.
And I was like, "Gene, I I don't want any money. Like, I just want to be able to help people. Um, I have I've always especially like my career, I've always worked in the business of customer service and putting
Mhm.
people first, and It's hard to compare this, but I've always ran restaurants for a living. I've always been the general managers of restaurants. And my thing was on a daily basis, my goal was how can I um, elevate myself from just someone that serves food to people to someone that truly makes a difference in people's
Mm,
lives.
yeah. Amen to that, man.
And so I made that my goal. I started getting involved with my community, and before you know it, I was helping with the Boys and Girls Club. Um, I was helping with the local children's shelter there in Greenville. There's a children's home down in Greenville that I was helping with, and the more that I helped people, the
Hmm.
more that I realized that this is my calling. This is something that I want to do. I want to help people all the time. And so when Gene gave me this opportunity and told me that he would teach me everything he knew, I immediately was like, this is what I got to do.
Yep.
Um, this is my calling in life, is to help others. And this is on a grand scale.
Chris, Jen and I, so Jen, when we met you, in person recently at Layla's vigil, and Jen does have a very good sense of people, and she's watched your videos. She's seen you on our lives, and first thing she said to me is number one, this guy's heart's in the right place. This guy is heart's in the right place, and he's going to do very well because your leadership skills that you have in your current career, it shows. Do you know what I mean? When you talk, when you have plans, when you want to do something, it just shows. And that's the first thing Jen said. Like, he's going to do amazing in this. And like I said, your heart's in the right place. You're doing it for the right reasons. That's why Jen and I support you. And I love hearing that story about how Gene kind of recognized that too, and he wanted to mentor you to do the right thing for people for these cases because he knows he can't be everywhere in the world. So why not train a mentee, train someone to do what he does, to do what he knows how to do, and to do good for people. So it's really amazing to hear you say that. That was what drew you to Summer's case, and I hope people recognize that. Chris and I talk a lot about um, the allure of a case that is popular, and it can be dangerous because a lot of people do get into it because it's popular, and it will draw in people. But Chris immediately, I'll tell you right now, Chris started with Summer's case, but he immediately asked me, "Hey, can I help out with Layla's case? I know you're searching with Jennifer Santinello and Layla's team. Could I help there too?" And so Chris obviously, to us, to Jen and I, we recognize that Chris is following his calling. He wants to help these families get answers, and that's why we're here tonight, honestly, because
Yeah.
I'm excited, Chris, man. Your plans, your ideas for September in Summer's case, and pushing for additional searches. I don't care what anyone ever says about you becoming a YouTuber. You're gonna get that shit. That's how it works. When you become a YouTuber, people are gonna say, "Oh, great, he's a YouTuber now." But Jen and I know your heart. We can tell. I could tell immediately, and so ignore anyone who says that. Keep doing what you're doing, and let's push and hopefully get answers.
Thank you. Thank you, Ryan. So when we look at the map here, right here is Summer's last known location. This is a flight pattern that took place starting right over here. And if you look, we're going to zoom out just a little. They came down through here. They're searching just the base of the mountains here to see if they can just find anything going in and out of these trees. So it looks like this search really focused on the tree areas. If you
Yeah.
see The search is going down along that tree area. And then it comes back around. And we go back up into this area. But again, you can see they're focusing on looking for summer right along the edges of the tree line. And we'll go into that here in just a moment and show you some of those. So we're going to pick on, let's see, pick up from 956. Let's pull up here. I'm gonna So now what we are looking at, let's see. I didn't mean to turn that off. We're going to go. Okay. So now I've got those images pulled up from that search that happened on day 2. And if we come down here, and we look, this is what the area looked like on day 2 of searching for summer whales. Summer had been missing for 2 days at this point.
Just 2 days.
Just 2 days.
Okay.
As you can see.
Could you share it, Chris?
Oh, yeah. Need to. I'm just going to share my whole screen here.
It does take some getting used to running a live.
I apologize, guys. Sorry about that. We're definitely trying to learn here.
Yeah. Well, there's it lets you share a screen, it lets you share a tab, so
yeah.
But you're gonna do the whole screen, the whole.
Yeah. Can everyone see this image?
If you might have to add it to the stage, I think, if it's at the bottom. There you go. Perfect.
So this image, guys, this image is day 2 of summer whales search. This was taken 2 days after summer went missing.
Wow.
As you can see, the dense forestry around through here. This is what searchers were going through. They were trying to trek through.
They were actually trying this time of year. They were trying to see through this canopy.
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh, man. That's wild. So thick. Holy cow.
Yep. So as you can see, searchers were.
Sorry, Chris, real quick. Did they call you guys back in the fall? Because I know Ronnie Lawson did a fall search. Were you guys involved in that?
We were not. At that point, I was working with CNC Investigations to search on a weekly basis.
So you guys were searching in the fall?
Absolutely.
Okay. Got it.
I will get into those images in just a moment.
Awesome.
So as you can see, as they were searching, so you can imagine a drone flying along here. Immediately you see something down here that's of interest. The drone starts to zoom in, and we start to look for a missing little girl.
Holy shit, that's clear, man. That is so clear.
So they're looking to make sure she's not underneath anything.
Wow.
We're looking through to make sure she's not hidden on any of these
that's amazing.
Platform at all. They're making sure that they don't see her over here in this little creek bed.
It's right along the creek, isn't it?
right along the creek.
Wow.
Then we continue. And again, you can see they're still zooming in. They're still looking for any sign of Little Summer along these creek beds.
But only what they can see, right? I mean, the trees are
Only
covered.
what you can see
Wow.
is the problem. It is only what you can see. And as you can see, there's another creek bed here that they're looking through. But it only goes so far, guys. You know, there's still trees here. Even in this field, the creek bed, there's trees that we're trying to look through. But as we said, they were searching along these tree lines, and that's kind of where that search was going.
That's amazing, Chris.
This would be a house that was still kind of under construction. They were doing construction over here. So we're trying to look.
Holy crap, man.
And we look
Chris,
into the backs of cars. Yes, sir.
Are you able to look through your footage and find specific areas? Like, you know, where the footprints were found behind Gorley's. So, you know, I mean, you know the geography better than anybody. Behind Gorley's is where those footprints were found. Along the edge of Gorley's, split the gap area, that big area behind his house.
Right there. Here.
Heading to Fields Road. Is there any footage of that area? Yeah, right there, man. That right there.
Not early on, unfortunately. There was not any drone searches of that area early on.
Really?
This is
really? I would think that would be a highlight, like do you know why?
This is just from one drone operator, Ryan. This is just from one drone operator, and this is what I've got from them. Now, keep in mind, there are additional searches, multiple searches going on. So I only have access to some images from these drone operators. I don't have access to all of them. So just because there's not a search that happened on that area from this drone operator doesn't mean that another drone operator couldn't have been performing that same search that we're talking about.
Right. Yeah, there were a number of them, right?
Yes, sir. Let's see. So let's go. Let's take a look at the other. We've got here. What do we got?
Oh man, Chris, can I tell you something real quick? So the
area
you do have covered. Could you? Yeah, right there. Could you keep that up? So there's a road. Oh, I wish I remembered it. One character, I'm going to call him in the case, is Chad Arnold. Chad Arnold supposedly saw Candace at like 4:30. The time changes at Fred Hill's property. Chad Arnold lives in just down Beech Creek in one of the areas that your pins actually cover. So did you guys drone private properties from the air along Beech Creek?
They droned everything. Every picture here they drone. Yes, sir. So where would you say that property is?
So if you go toward, follow Beech Creek, if you turn right from Ben Hill, follow Beech Creek up until, oh man, someone please help me. I'm sure someone out there knows. I'm going to have to search a little, but
that's going to be up this way, Ryan, and I don't see any images up this way.
It's right about that area right there. And your pins are just about where his property is.
Let's see.
Another realm says it's beside the wells. So it's like a U-shaped driveway, and there's trailers. Sorry, man. I'm sorry. This is like I just thought of this. So someone just said 3,900 block.
3 what block?
3,900. If Another Realm is correct, 3,900 Beach Creek.
41. 4170. That's the opposite way.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hold on. Now hold on. We may have something here.
Because you guys covered that area really well, it looks like.
It does seem that way.
Bob Dykes. I think it's Bob Dykes Road. I think it's Bob Dykes Road, actually. So Kiki True Crime, Candace went fishing in a lot of areas. just, just so you know. She goes all over the place. There's no specific place that she went fishing.
Bob Dykes Road.
Yeah, that I believe that is the area. Did you guys cover that during the drone searches?
We did not, unfortunately.
Okay. Okay.
Let's see here. So, like I said, the first 2 days, this is the search area by one drone team from day 2. This is just one drone team. There's many other drone teams. They've done a lot of other searching. Let's see here. So let's go and
Dude, we should just do this like every night. Just like research live. Why not, right?
it's not a bad idea, right?
Yeah, why not? People can follow if they want. I'm looking up the background on Chad. I'm trying to find the exact address. Make sure we're correct.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to unshare my screen for just a moment, just to protect any sensitive information that I may have.
So Kiki, we didn't say our computers aren't glitching. We're just not showing it.
What was the question?
Kiki said, "At least y'all's computers aren't glitching like mine."
Oh yeah. Let's see. Welcome, Kiki. Thanks for tuning in and watching us tonight. We really appreciate it. Kiki, if you got a moment, if you wanted to come on, I would be glad to have you jump on here with us for a moment.
That would be cool. I don't know. She has a lot of birds and children and noisemakers like that. So
my eyes are starting to water from like staring so much at this. So another realm T, you can. Let's see. How can you contact me? You're free to. What would be a good way to contact me?
Well, if she goes through me, I can kind of forward her to your email.
Okay.
If you want to protect your email, I can do that.
Okay. How do I get a link to Kiki to jump in here?
Oh, send it to my Messenger. Are we on Messenger, Chris?
I'm
Facebook
not sure.
Messenger?
I don't know if I have Messenger on here. Can I just email you the link, Ryan?
Yeah, that works. and I'll send it to Kiki.
The next images that we're going to show, guys, don't leave us yet. The next images we're going to show are going to be from my searches with the private investigators, with CNC Investigations. We're going to show the images and the flight plans for my searches that we done early on. And the good thing about those searches, guys, is those searches are with the trees down in the fall of 2021.
Are you serious? Oh,
Yes,
man.
sir.
Another realm wants to know, is CNC still working the case? And you and I, Chris, haven't talked about that, actually. We've talked about their opinion of you, but we haven't talked about whether they're active. Are you willing to share that?
Yeah, let's talk about that, Ryan. I would love to continue working with CNC Investigations, but it does seem like CNC has decided not to work with me anymore.
Why is that, Chris?
Because I decided to go on YouTube.
That's it?
That's it. Yes, sir.
Wow. Okay.
It was because I decided to expand, to go onto YouTube. But the thing is, Ryan, like we were talking earlier, my reason to come onto YouTube is because I want to be able to help more people. I want to be able to expand my capabilities of searching. I don't want to be on here to make money to line my pockets. No, like I could care less about that. If I wanted to line my pockets, I would have been on here year one, right after I searched, you know.
Mm-hmm.
My thing is I want to be able to, I want to upgrade my equipment. I want to be able to, I mean, there's currently a drone out there right now called the DJI M3M, the Mavic 3 multispectral. It is a multispectral camera on it. It has the ability to map an area with RGB while simultaneously mapping the area with multispectral. That's going to allow you to look for color anomalies. So we could use locate looking for a pink shirt per se, but at the same time, that drone will be looking for disturbed earth, or possibly something like what we used to call a donut. Used to be the where something had died, and then pretty much the it will grow back as a super fertile soil. Everything will flourish in that area. You can see that on a camera very well. That's the type of drone, like I want to upgrade my stuff. That's why I do what I do.
I see your vision. I mean, you and I have talked enough that I get it. And I've told you many times, people think that if you're on YouTube, you're making money. Like we're at 28,000 subscribers. I've told you, like I've told you, we don't, it doesn't make money until maybe you're at 1 million or 500,000 or something. I think maybe like Nug and Adam are at the point where they can do it full time and they don't have to work.
Yeah.
But you know, I've advised you, like, it's not, there's no making money in searching. And Glenn has told you, you know, Gene has told you the same thing. So Jen and I, we know that what your mission is. It's to help, not just in the Summers case, but additional cases. I'm wondering if you're willing to do something with me tonight. This may be difficult for you because you're friends with them. You've been friends with the PI for years. And I'm thinking out loud, Chris. I sometimes I will decide to go on a tangent, and I'm kind of wondering if you're willing to have this conversation with me, and pretending that no one is in chat and it's just you and I talking, because you worked with the PIs from the beginning, and they have turned against you essentially only because you decided to go on YouTube. You've decided to share your story, to do these searches. And I mean, you're being transparent. You're saying, look, you guys, I want to be able to maybe make a little extra cash to buy advanced technology to continue helping families more efficiently and easier with that advanced technology, which in my opinion is a very altruistic thing to want to do. It's not money making. But are you willing to could we have this discussion? I think we should have this discussion about their intent and how they've turned on you. They have turned on you just because you've decided to do this. And I think maybe tonight it's worthwhile talking through your response to the fact that all of a sudden these friends of yours, they supported you, they wanted you to search for them, and all of a sudden, just because you've decided to start your own YouTube channel, these people have turned on you. They've essentially betrayed you, if you think about it. At least I don't know if both of them or one of them, but are you willing to share tonight kind of your perspective on that relationship and where you stand now going forward? And you don't have to,
Yes.
Chris. I'm sorry I'm throwing this on you live, but maybe it's time to talk about it. And it's up to you. You don't have to.
Right. Um, Ryan, you know, I was great friends with them. They've helped me with so much. And we worked together over the years on this case. At one point they were supporting Cam and Alley. They were supporting cracking cases. So if they were willing to support cracking cases, I figured they would be willing to support me, right? That's what it seemed like.
Yeah.
So my thought was to them, Ryan, and before I done this, I talked with them over text. I talked
Okay.
with them on the phone, and I told them that why not put Summer's name out there more, even if it's on YouTube. Why not
Mhm.
do that? Because if we're not doing that, then that's one less person. Um, you know, um, I think that it really when we decided to go onto YouTube, they decided to somehow Don said that I was no longer on his property. Um,
That was the moment.
that was the moment. I want I wanted to continue to work with them. Um, you know, at at the end of the day, I would give anything if they would be willing to continue to work with me, because that would be working alongside of you as well, and I think that we would make an amazing team.
Yeah.
And but Ryan, I hate it, but at the end of the day, that was drama. That was you know um let's
I will share
see.
with everyone that when Chris, yes, keep that comment up because
Yeah.
when Chris went, what Chris was very transparent with the PIs about what his plans were, what he was planning to do, how he wanted to collaborate with us. Obviously, up until that point, Don was communicating with Jen and I. I mean, we were having text conversations all the time, and we had a phone call where Don literally said to us that Don and Candace appreciate the fact that we have never said that they're guilty or innocent, even though sometimes we explore the guilty scenarios. He said, "Hey Ryan, you know what? I respect that about you. Thank you, man. You know what?" And we seemed like on good terms. All of a sudden, Chris decides to join the fight, right? To join the search. And PIs get pissed off because he's on YouTube now. And the next thing we know, Don's no longer responding to text messages. Although I guess this week he did send me something. I don't know. He sends me Facebook links.
To a group effort to try to take you down. You should be flattered, my friend.
I don't know. He sent me something this week, so maybe he's not mad anymore. I don't know. But I guess what pisses me off, what really pisses me off, is that we're on good terms with Don and Candace. We've never said anything negative about them. We've been on good terms, even though we explore theories where we're like, if Candace was at the Exxon gas station, where could possibly Summer have been put? And he was okay with that. We were on good terms. And the moment Chris decided to join the fight and go on YouTube and start searching, and Chris wanted to talk to Don and Candace, all of a sudden, Chris is blocked. Chris is told, hey, you can't talk to Don and Candace anymore. And by the way, Ryan's going to be cut off too. And to me, I don't get it, Chris. I don't understand why. Why intentionally try to block people?
I agree. I'm going to address this one comment, and then we're going to move on from this because Sassy says YouTube shouldn't be a fight. You know what? I agree. YouTube shouldn't be a fight because the thing is I am here to help find Summer Wells, to help find other missing people, Layla Santinello, Holland Snap. There's many more out there that need to be found, and that's what I'm here to do. So I'm just going to put it this way. Either you are on board with that, and if you are on board with that, then I am working with you. But if you're against that, then don't bother. Don't bother talking to me. Don't bother texting me, calling me. If you are against trying to find the missing people, including Summer Wells, then you're against me.
Yeah.
And that's the end of that story.
Well said, Chris. Well said.
So we're gonna, let's see, get back to share. We're gonna share my screen again. We're gonna go let's see. So this right here, these are going to be the images that everyone's going to want to see right here. So I'm going to pull them up on Google Earth. So you can see as Google Earth Pro flies us over to the location.
Add it to the stage, Chris.
Go ahead.
Add it to the stage. Nobody can see it currently.
Thank you for that reminder, Ryan.
Yeah. No problem.
This flight right here, this is from Google Earth. This was a planned flight where we were going to fly starting at, I think that we took off at 110 Ben Hill Road. And again, this was early on. Let me, let's see, 889. So let me pull up and I'll give you an exact date. This mission was flown on December 12th, 2021. This mission was
oh man, look at that. Wow.
Yep. So this mission's going to cover, let's see,
Chris, that is everything from Beach Creek to Gorley's property.
Yes, absolutely.
And covers it also, I can see it also covers the ridge along Andy Bernard's property and well behind it too. That's a lot of acreage.
Yep. So here's what we're going to do, Ryan. We are going to measure out exactly how much property this mission covered. mess that up.
Hey, Chris, I'll be right back, okay?
Yep, go ahead. I'll have this measured out when you get back. Okay. So, oh goodness. We're going to measure this out this way, guys. Okay, so what we have here is this mission was 153 acres of land. The perimeter is 2.58 miles. So again, 153 acres. So we'll leave that on here. We're gonna uncover that. As you can see, we do have images from 110 Ben Hill, the surrounding areas, all the way back into the edge of Gorley's property. This runs along the ridge of Gorley's property, all the way back into Ryan, are you back yet?
Okay, fine.
Let's see. I'll have to, I'm going to come back to StreamYard. What we're going to do is we are going to share just that window. Chris, do you know where the gap is? Split in the gap. Are we talking about, when you all say split in the gap, are we talking about splitting the gap from Gorley's down through here?
Most people, yes. Lately, people have talked about splitting the gap being our new theory where you saw the truck.
Right.
That's kind of another gap. So, but before you and I talked about that whole theory, when we talked about splitting the gap, it was what Andy Bernard said. It was going behind Gorley's and going over to Bell Road.
Right. Can you tell me now, as a reminder, guys, my me not knowing some of these locations is not me being ignorant to the case. It's just the fact that I have been so heavily focused on the search aspects. My job was to go in, fly my drone, analyze my images, and move to the next spot because the goal was to find Summer. So can you tell me, Ryan, is this the area where the footprints were found?
Yeah, so if you slide over to Gorley's a little bit to the right. Yeah, there you go.
This is the end of Gorley's.
First set of footprints was the bridge that goes to Gorley's property. And you've been there many times. So his driveway has a bridge there. You recall that? There you go.
Yeah. That
bridge was the first, right where the creek crosses his driveway, was one.
Okay.
I'm not including Fred's. I don't take Fred as a credible witness. I mean, you're your own person. So if you want to take into account the footprints that were allegedly, according to Fred, was on his property, fine. But in my opinion, I focus on Gorley's property. Michelle After Dark has covered this many times. It's the bridge, and then you've got you see the ridge Man, your line of pins covers one of the footprints was up on the ridge. Yeah, right around there.
Right down the ridge of Gorley's.
Yeah. So that was one of them was on that ridge. And your drone pins cover where one of those footprints were found. And then there's another one.
I wish we get credible exact location.
I have the property, the name of the woman, it's a woman's property. If anyone remembers, I'm sure there's someone in chat who knows the name of that first property that's on the ridge over here. It's a woman's name. Michelle After Dark has covered it a million times. I apologize for not being able to remember it.
So here's what we're going to do, Ryan. We are going to go.
Where your cursor is, Chris, is roughly where it was. Mary Sexton. Misdemeanors got it. Mary Sexton's property, which is roughly where your cursor is where that first footprint was. It was right at the top of the ridge. So it's your last. Yeah, it's one of those last pins. Pretty much covers that area.
Okay, so we're going to look at the images from 9/14 to 9/23.
Yes.
We will be looking at the Ben Hill property, guys. Stay tuned into the stream here. Don't leave us yet. We will go and look at my exclusive images that no one's seen yet of the Ben Hill property from December 12th, 2021.
So the other Rockin' Robin side bottom I thought was the one that's closer to Beach Creek. Or maybe that's Phillips. Either way, it's in the area that the last row of yellow pins is.
Okay.
It's almost like, Chris, it's almost like someone walked almost like around the edge of Gorley's property so that he wouldn't see them. It seemed like they were walking along that ridge. And then eventually the path, the other footprints, the path of it went toward Fields Road, but it also went toward Beach Creek. It was the weirdest thing ever. I don't understand why they went back toward Beach Creek.
Let's see. Just a moment, guys. I apologize. I had to grab me a drink real quick.
Real Rockin' Robin says Mary is the sister of Mr. Goad that owned 110 Ben Hill before Claudia Trent, then Dawn. And I heard there was some kind of conflict for a while.
We're looking at 9/16. Let me share my whole screen so everybody can kind of see where we're going here, okay?
Yes, Dukes, Real Rockin' Robin is really good at doing multiple chats at the same time.
So actually, here we are.
If you want to, I know you mentioned earlier when we were on the phone, you could use some moderators.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want some moderators tonight?
Yeah, I'm just not sure how to do it.
The 3 buttons, if you go to your chat, not in StreamYard, but on YouTube, if you open up your channel, go to our live tonight, I would highly recommend Real Rockin' Robin. Hit the 3 dots on the right, just add them as a moderator. And also Dukes has been a very good moderator for us as well, if Dukes is interested. Kiki probably would be a good moderator since she's been collaborating with us. But it's up to you, whoever you want.
Kiki, are you going to come on? Are you going to come on our stream for the big reveal in just a moment as we look through these images where the footprints were found?
I'll send her the link. I haven't sent it yet. I apologize. Kiki, I'll send you the link in email. Kiki's been actually, we might want to also talk about Knoxville, Chris, a little later with Kiki.
Okay. Yep. When I click on the Real Rockin' Robin, I click on the 3 dots. It says report or block.
Really? Hold on a
Yeah.
second. I thought you could add her as a moderator. Hold on. Try it in StreamYard then, maybe. That's kind of weird.
I've already done that.
So in your YouTube live, you don't see Ad as moderator?
No, I don't.
Well, that's weird.
Here, let's not worry about that, Ryan. We'll figure that out.
Yeah.
Because we're getting into some.
Actually, there's channel settings, Chris. You can add them later, so we can work on that. Kiki said her child has her phone.
Okay, so again, this is a real important part of the stream here, guys. What we're getting ready to do is we are getting ready to go through images from December. What was it I said? Let's see. December 12th, 2021.
Wow.
We're going to go over the images. These have no leaves on the trees. We're going to go over these images that have an image in it that is where the footprints were found. And then we are going to be going through an image that is a clear view of 110 Ben Hill Road back on December 12th, 2021.
Wow.
So buckle up, guys. It's going to get crazy. So we're going to be going back and forth.
So some of this is fall footage. Clear.
Oh, it is. All of it is.
Oh, yep. Dude. Oh, my gosh.
Yep. You'll see it in just a moment. So as we see, we've got this road that's going to go up through here. It looks like a little four-wheeler road, comes down through here. Simpson Road.
Oh, you're not
Simpson
sharing.
Road comes all the way out through here, and you can't really see it because of the trees on the map here.
Yep. Chris, add it to the stage.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yep, no problem.
Stream will get better, guys. I promise you, it'll get better.
Perfect.
We got Simpson Road that comes down through here, and circles around through here. It's blocked off by the trees there, but it comes in here over to a little property. And we said that the footprints were found right along this ridge here.
Yes.
So what we're going to do is we're going to start from picture 915. And this is it. We are going to go through these images, guys. Now, it is hard to tell here because this is a top-down image, but the ridge runs right along the middle here, okay? The ridge runs right along the middle of these images, what we're looking at. So, as you can see, there's a whole lot of leaves on the ground, but not a lot of leaves on the trees. That's odd.
Hey, Kathy Gordon, good to see you. Thanks for joining tonight. Isn't it thick, Chris? Like so you've got a very clear image of the ground.
Mm-hmm.
It's isolated as hell, man.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like, who the hell is going to be walking through this shit? There's no trail as far as I can see.
There's not.
How would her footprint end up over there?
Here's 916 picture. So if we look, right here, Simpson Road that curves around here. So if we go back, we're looking at this. Simpson Road curves around right here. You see that?
Yep.
Okay. So let's go back to the pictures. Again, 915 is the picture that we're on. All right, so we're on 916 now. And there's Simpson Road that curves around.
Yep, got it.
So we're looking at the footprints being somewhere along this ridge here.
Yeah. You wouldn't call that a cliff, would you, Chris? That's more of a gradual, steep.
Yeah, this is not a cliff. This is a very steep hill for sure.
Down to the road.
Yeah. As you can see, we've got a better view of Simpson Road right there.
Yes, Sassy. That ridge to the side over there is where her footprint was found. I think, although you're on Simpson Road. Relative to that, it's actually to the right of Simpson Road where Gorley's is, and a footprint was found. So it would be on the right side of Simpson Loop. Sorry, not Simpson Loop, Simpson Road.
Okay.
They're different.
Here's Simpson. This
So
right
it's to the
here
right.
is
Yeah.
the ridge between Simpson and Gorley's.
Yeah.
So where are you saying?
Where your cursor is, right there. That image, those two images you have right there, yes. That would be interesting. Could you click on the OJ? Yeah. It's just, man, Chris, there's nothing out there. It's just trees.
That's it, man.
How the hell did her footprint end up there? It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't, especially considering if we go back.
So Lynn Hammock, I do want to make a real comment, a quick comment about the prints. Thanks to what we've learned in our canine training, those dogs were basing their search for any sign of summer based on a scent article. They were given a scent article, which I've heard was out of the laundry. Some people say that it wasn't really a good scent article because it was in laundry with the boys' laundry. So take that or leave it. I don't know what to think about that. But they were given a scent article. The canine searchers were given a scent article, which was a piece of clothing that's supposed to smell like summer. And so, and I want to make this very clear because I've heard people say, oh, it was just a child's footprint, so maybe it wasn't really Summer's. I'm telling you guys right now tonight, they had a scent article that smelled like summer. When a dog alerts, sassy. Yes, they did laundry. Okay, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. When a canine handler is given a scent article, that is supposed to be the article that smells like the person you're searching for. If a dog alerted on a footprint, it wasn't because it was a child's footprint. It wasn't because it was a child's footprint. It was because it had the scent that matched the scent article. So it was Summer Wells' footprint. Now, the only other thing you can get away with is saying, well, maybe she ran through the woods before and her footprint was there a week earlier. Yes, that could be the case. But nobody, if the dog truly alerted on the footprint, nobody can say that it was not Summer Wells' footprint because they're not alerting on a child's footprint. They're alerting on Summer Wells' scent, not the footprint, but the scent. And that's what they alerted on. And I hear people say constantly they doubt the footprints. Sorry, but if they had a good scent article, then that footprint was alerted on because it was a scent, not because it was a child's footprint. I just wanted to clarify.
Sorry, Ryan's over here going on about all this. I'm over here deep in some work here.
I feel very passionate about dog scent stuff now. So yes, Baby Kisses. It was the neighbors said they saw the dog alert, or they heard that one of the search dogs alerted. And if there was an alert means, and it could be Mr. Phillips, who's closer to Beech Creek, had posted on Facebook that he knew about this alert happening. Whether he knew how to identify a dog alerting, maybe he saw the dog sit, which is an alert behavior, or lay down, which also is an alert behavior. He said he knew that he heard or he saw that the dog indicated on this footprint. And so there's a lot of things that could make that whole theory fall through, which was Mr. Phillips didn't really know what an alert was, and he saw maybe the dog bark, but he heard that the dog alerted. So I believe it. I tend to believe what he heard, and I think he probably talked to the searchers, knowing the way it was. So Baby Kisses said, I heard it was a searcher that found it. Yeah. The way it works around here, you guys, is a property owner is probably going to talk to the searcher, and I'll guarantee you, most likely the searcher said, "Yep, our dog alerted over there," and that's what Mr. Phillips posted on Facebook. I believe, just like Michelle After Dark does, that the footprints are important and were alerted on by the search dogs. Sorry, Chris, I'll stop venting. It kind of pisses me off when people blow off the footprints because I feel like they're very important.
It's okay. So what you all see me doing right now, guys, is earlier I had made a map over here that didn't turn out very good. I backed out and I restarted making that map, but what I wanted to do this time is I want to make that map of the ridge along Gorley's property right here. So I do have those images uploading. It says it's going to be about 4 minutes to upload. Once we get that completed, we can come back over and take a look at a 2D and a 3D map of the area. And that's going to give us a little better analysis. We should have a little better tool to analyze those images along this this ridge right here. But while that's running, we'll go back to look at some of our images here. As Ryan said, it is very thick in the woods. There's not much here. There's a lot of leaves on the ground. Now, I want to remind you guys, this was taken. I flew this mission on December 12th, 2021. So let's see here. So I flew that on December 12th, 2021. June, July, August, September, October, November. So roughly 6 months after summer had disappeared, this was flown. At this point, I was deep in searches with CNC Investigations, and we were searching almost every single weekend that we could get. We were over here searching. So again, within one of these images is where the footprints that Ryan says were found. This is where they would have been found. Oh, look at this. Do we know whose property this is? Are you still with me, Ryan?
Dude, that's so clear. What is that property?
I don't know. Do we know whose property this is, Ryan?
I don't know. I don't know where you are currently. Man, that's so clear.
Actually, we can. You know what? This is what's great about technology. This is what's great about this. This is what's great about the stuff that I use, guys. So we say, whose property is this? So you want me to tell you how we find out? DJI 926, Google Earth, and we look for DJI 926. We double click it, and it's going to take us right to the image.
Oh, that's so cool.
Looks like we are looking at the 4138 Beach Creek Road.
Oh, interesting.
Can you pull that up for me, Ryan? 4138 Beach Creek Road.
4138, that's what that is?
Yes.
All right, that is, let's see.
There's a whole lot of trash here. Why didn't I think? Man, I know that we looked at these images back when we flew this mission.
That is not far from Ben Hill at all, really. That's just like down
Not
the
at
road.
all. I can tell you.
Yeah.
Let me tell you right now. By
Oh yeah, I see where that is. Yep.
4138, right here.
Wow. Okay. Chris, what is that red truck? What kind of? Can we take another look at that?
Yep. That is a
Like,
quarter mile down the road, sir.
I hate that there's a red truck there. I really do. In 2021, but yeah, Running Bear. I agree. I mean, all those areas I'm sure were searched. But what are the odds there's a damn red truck there? Like, what the hell? Of course, there's red trucks everywhere out there. I'll tell you, and the thing with the red truck, look at that, Chris. You could practically read the VIN number.
It's just what's going on, guys? This is a
one thing I want to say real quick.
December
So I
12th,
have a
2021.
the people who own this property, I'm sure they were interviewed, because one of the main reasons that Paul Hill was interviewed was because he had a red truck. And from what I've heard, that anyone who had a red Toyota Tacoma in this area, they were interviewed. They were followed up on. So I'm not going to read too much into the fact that there's a red truck on this property, because I'm like 99.9% sure that law enforcement checked in on it. I'm sure. Yeah.
And you're probably right, Ryan. But the thing is this is how cases are solved. We got to do our due diligence, right? We got to look at this stuff. Now, by no means am I saying we need to go attack this person. By no means. This could mean nothing, right?
Yeah.
And like Ryan just said, we're sure that they were probably interviewed.
I mean, there's a cab, there's not a ladder rack, so we have to take that into account, right?
That's what I was searching the rest of the property for. I was looking for that ladder rack.
Wow.
I mean, that's Anyways.
It does. I'll be honest, it does look like a Toyota. Honestly.
I don't know. That's
anyway
hard for me to unsee. Let's go back here. Let's take a look and see how close we are to our drone deploy mission being done.
Hey, thank you guys all for being here tonight. Chris and I we were planning on doing like research sessions on our own, and we decided to kind of do this live, think through the areas and look through the footage and everything. We figured why not include you all in this conversation. So a lot of this stuff we're seeing, I mean, Chris you put this literally like minutes ago, right, Chris? You processed it.
Yeah.
Videos. We're all seeing this together, real time.
Yeah, well, I mean, the map that I just uploaded, everyone like we're all seeing it in real time. It's actually processing right now. Let's see. I've got to pull my email up for it. So
yeah, eye surveillance. I agree with you. I don't think it was the suspicious truck. Personally, just because there's no ladder axe, there's a red, camper on it, kind of deal, and there's red trucks throughout this area. Again, Paul Hill had a red truck. He was interviewed. I know for a fact he was interviewed and grilled. So I think they followed up on every red truck they found in the area.
Right.
But that's interesting, Chris. I mean, it was on your footage. That's wild.
It was. So I am going to
Hey, Dominique, thanks for joining.
I'm going to pull that off. Let's see. Karen has an interesting comment. Where's Karen?
Real Rock and Robin, I was looking for a replacement for the Jeep, and I literally avoided Toyota Tacomas because of this case. I have to admit. Which is kind of sad, but can you imagine? Oh, yeah, now Ryan owns a red Toyota Tacoma.
Marlene Crawford said Candace had called her and her brother, and her brother went over there, and then apparently Candace met the brother, Crawford, at the end of Fred's driveway, and that they had a red truck.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about Marlena.
Talk to the other YouTubers mention having a red truck.
Marlena allegedly.
Looking at.
So, Chris, take into account that Marlena allegedly was paid for interviews with other YouTubers. And I have nothing against Marlena or the Crawfords, but I don't know if I trust the information she shared, because from what I hear, she was paid for those interviews with other YouTubers. So,
okay.
Yeah, take it or leave it. I don't. If she would be willing to interview with us, I'd be interested. But I don't. I've heard that there's active addiction going on in that family, and so you can't. Yep, you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying, Chris, right?
Right. I understand. So I turned my camera off for just a moment. I had to grab me another drink, Ryan. And then I know everyone's waited and waited and waited. We're going to pull up next, put and send out, share the stream, guys. Share it. Make sure that you're subscribed. Share the link to as many people as you can, because here, when I get back in just a moment, we are going to reveal never before seen image. And never before, no one has seen this. An image of 110 Ben Hill Road on December 12th, 2021. The exact image just 6 months after Little Summer Wells went missing.
Oh, man. Awesome.
I've just talked so much, I'm thirsting to death.
Go for it. Go ahead and get a drink.
Again, guys, make sure that you're sharing the stream. Make sure that you're liking, you're subscribing, all that. I really could use all of the support, as much support as possible. But we are getting ready to drop never before seen image of 110 Ben Hill. I know that that's what everybody's been waiting for. And then we will have let's see.
Kiki, there's a 90s song that's like, she only drinks coffee at midnight. That woman is not right. What are you doing drinking coffee, man? Come on now.
Wait, Kiki said she's drinking coffee?
She's drinking coffee.
I don't know about that, Kiki. I don't know about coffee right now. I can
I'd be up all night. I'd be up all night. Kiki, I did email you the link. Please feel free to join us if you feel like it.
Yeah, Kiki, I would be glad to have you on here right now as we get ready to go over some bombshell images that no one's ever seen. You feel free to jump on here. I know that you said your kid had your phone, but if your kid doesn't have your phone anymore, feel free to jump on.
Kiki's cracking me up. Okay, she
What'd she
has
say?
5 kids. I get it. Caffeine is a necessity if you have 5 kids. That makes sense. That's fair.
Wow, I have 2. Man, I could not imagine 5.
So if you have to go away for a little bit, Chris, get a drink, that's okay.
Oh, I'm here. I'm back. We're going to turn
okay,
the camera back on in just a second. I'll be drinking my Propel, but I don't know if I should show that on stream.
There you go. Yeah, I don't know. There's been a lot of conversations, Chris, about DJ Smith. Do you think we'll get into that later? Do you think we have time tonight? Talk about Knoxville.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Give me just a moment. We'll go over this image real quick, and then we can go into DJ Smith and talk about some Knoxville.
Take your time. We got to cover Beach Creek and Ben Hill.
Okay, so we're gonna go on here. We're gonna share our screen, guys. And
I love you guys.
Your screen.
Chat's so funny. You guys are awesome.
Again, everybody, thank you all so much for tuning in tonight. We appreciate you all hanging out with us. You know, it means so much. I want to personally apologize for kind of the everything being kind of out of whack. You know, I keep forgetting to throw things up on screen. I apologize. This is the first time that I've ever hosted a live stream. So please bear with me, guys. I really appreciate it.
Oh, Chris, you're doing awesome. Don't worry about it. My dad is on a cruise.
I love cruising. I love cruising. Thank you so much, Kim French. Thank you so much. So we're gonna add a stage, and
if I drink coffee, I'll be up all night. I just knew.
So as you can see, we're gonna go here, DJI 0072, and just to show you all, just so everyone knows that I'm not BSing you here. 0072. Let's see. All of these images. Where we go? There's 72. All we gotta do is hit properties here, and this will show you all of the information about the image. And you can see here that this image was created Sunday, December 12th, 2021 at 2:37 p.m. Excuse me. So here we go, guys. So as you can see, this is the entrance to 110 Ben Hill Road. This was December 12th, 2021.
That's your driveway, isn't it?
It is. Again, Please bear with me, guys, if I get emotional talking about this, looking at these images. Looking at this is it's really so touchy, a touchy subject, and images that no one's ever seen before but my own eyes. And going back and just looking at these just makes me so upset, knowing that if you'd have told me when I was taking these images in 2021 that we would be sitting here in 2026 and Summer Wells had not been found yet, I just wouldn't know what to think. I really wouldn't know what to think.
Chris, you were literally on that property multiple times, weren't you?
Yes, sir, I was.
I don't think people realize how much time you spent on that property and with the Wells.
Yep, absolutely. A lot of time. A lot of time, Ryan. So we'll zoom in here. We'll analyze this image a little bit and take a look.
Wait,
You
wait,
got the
wait,
two barrels out front. Yeah.
Chris, hold on, dude. I know you're all about the drone footage, and that's good. I think that's good, but is it okay if we talk a little bit about your experience with the wells? We don't
Sure.
have to. Okay, good. Thank you. Because I think it's important. I know that you are a very technical, very focused person. You were focused on the searches, and that's good.
Oh,
But you also had more interactions with Dawn and Candace. Kiki! She finally joined. Yay!
Hello, knock
Ryan.
knock.
Ryan, I got to stop you for just a second here.
Okay.
Let's pull up this comment right here.
Okay.
Dukes, I'm just curious who the person is that you say drove up on someone. Because I've told Ryan, do you remember me telling you who drove up on me?
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead, Dukes. Do you remember who it was? Kiki, the chat's going wild.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank you. Just for me.
Thanks for joining, Kiki.
So Dukes,
Thanks for
yes, I am the drone guy that someone drove up on way back in the day. Look at Laura Jean. Laura Jean in the chat. Oh my goodness, great job, Laura Jean. Ziggy.
What?
Ziggy was the person that drove up on me. Wow, what memory. Oh my
Chris.
goodness.
Chris, you never told me that.
I thought I did.
Ziggy drove up on you?
Duke says, I remember you.
What the hell? Are you serious?
It absolutely was me, guys. I was I'll tell you about the story. I was sitting, this is back before before the Redmond's property. The Redmond's property was completely blocked off now, but it wasn't blocked off back then.
Okay.
And so you could get up on their property. I'm sitting there and I am standing up in the back of a truck, which is one of the PI's trucks. I was standing up in the back of the truck and I was just trying to get as much, like, I'm like this with my controller, trying to get as much, like, I'm trying to, man, sorry, this has got me all out of whack. I was trying to get as much signal as possible, guys. I'm
Okay.
standing up like this, I'm trying to get signal, and then all of a sudden somebody pulls up and I turn around and I look and I'm like, who is this? Who is this person? And oh, Dukes, man, look, chat, you all have such great memory. My goodness.
Oh, they're
So,
OGs. They're here from day one.
yes. So I'm standing there and Chris, one of the PIs, he's like, hey, don't say anything. Don't tell them who you are. Just keep flying. And I'm like, okay, I got you. I'm scared to death. I'm like, who is this person? They get out, and Ziggy's with her daughter. I still remember this to the day. Ziggy walks out with her daughter, and she's like, so who are you? And I'm like, this is it. I'm caught. This is the day. So I'm standing there, and I just keep flying. I'm like, hi, how are you? I just keep flying. And the PI, he don't really say anything back to Ziggy. Ziggy and her daughter, they walk around for just a second, and they're just, they're kind of probing, they're asking questions and stuff. The landowners kind of answering the questions or whatever, and then finally Ziggy gets in her car with her daughter, and they leave. And the PI was like, "Oh, that was Ziggy from YouTube, blah blah blah," and some choice words about YouTubers, and
Yeah.
this and that. But I guess Ziggy goes on stream that night and says that I was Sherfy Jr. Now, I don't really know who Sherfy Jr. is. Can you enlighten me, Ryan? Who's Sherfy?
I can't. She,
Oh, goodness. She did. You can go back and look this up, Ryan. I'm sure it's still up. She said that she had
killing me.
met
He thought you were surfing.
T. Oh, my goodness. T-Talk. I got to put it up.
You're killing me. Oh shit. She thought you were surfing.
100%. 100%. Ask Dukes. Dukes knows. Dukes knows. He's an S. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Oh, man. I'm not Sherfy Jr., guys.
You could have had an arranged marriage, Chris.
Oh my God.
Absolutely. You know what? I'm going to have to be quiet, guys. I'm going to have to plead the fifth on this conversation because I do not want to hurt anyone's feelings. I am so sorry. Ziggy, if you're out there and you're watching this, it was this old guy that you ran up on. I'll be glad to say hello at this point.
Surprise, surprise.
Oh my
So,
God.
Ziggy ran up on me. Kiki, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us tonight. It's been a fun night so far. You joined at the right time. We're getting ready to go over never before seen images of 110 Ben Hill Road on December 12th, 2021, just a few mere months after Summer went missing.
Well, thank you for having me, guys. I can't see
Yeah.
chat right now, but I appreciate everybody.
So we're going
Oh
to
my
go
God,
ahead.
Chris.
We're going to go.
Chris, I'm gonna call you Surfy from now on.
I do not. I swear, Ryan will not be allowed back on my stream, guys. I apologize.
Oh, that kills me,
So,
man.
anytime we went up this driveway, guys, it was very hard to get up through here. You almost had to have a 4-wheel drive to get up 110 Ben Hill. There's a lot of divots and excuse me, a lot of like really deep holes through here. So we're going to move on to the next image here. Ryan, if you can keep an eye on chat for me, I'd really appreciate it.
I'm trying.
So now we go a little bit further. As you can see, there was a bus on the hill when we were there back in 2021. And we'll zoom in on this. You can see there was a looks like a red van on the property. The tailgate of what looks like a truck. Maybe an old gas tank or like a fuel tank of such. But again, we can focus. Here's the truck, guys. Don't ask me how they got a truck way up on the hill here. I've always wondered that. They just take a crane and drop it up there. I don't know. Then we've got another truck here, guys. Another truck. Doesn't look like it's got the engine in it. And
Chris,
that's
something I'm very interested in that nobody can answer for me.
mm-hmm.
There's been some kind of speculation, but there's a video, okay, and it may mean nothing, but there's a video that really bothers me that Don Wills does on Facebook. It's
Okay.
been deleted, and I would have to go find it because another creator still has it up. He's videoing the property, and I done a small video on it and slowed it down. Could mean nothing, but there is a red flatbed diesel truck going down the road with a trailer on the back of it, and he is videoing that truck. If it has relevance, I don't know, but I always wondered what that was about.
This
Oh, is that the red diesel truck story?
I would have to see this video.
I've heard about it, but I thought it was elsewhere on Beach Creek. Go, girl.
Yeah, I would have to see that video. If anyone, Ryan, if you have that video, you can pull it up, or Kiki.
I don't know how to pull it up because I'm on my phone, but I
Okay.
do have a short on my page, and I slowed it down because it's him filming the property. There's a woman sitting under the tree with a little girl under the swing, whoever that was there. And then he goes to the edge of the property very quietly. You can hear the dogs in the background. And he videos this truck going by. So I wonder whose
You
truck.
know what?
I've
We're gonna
heard
go.
certain things,
Yeah,
but
we'll go look at that. Once we get over these images here, we'll go look at that before we talk about Knoxville.
yeah,
So,
sorry. My
yeah,
eyeball was just going there. My
absolutely.
ADHD didn't want to forget that.
For sure.
Thank
We're gonna
you.
move on. You're welcome. We're gonna move on to the next image that we have here. Now this right here shows you a little bit closer. We do have, we can zoom in here. We've got the actual house. We've got a canoe back here. We've got the back door. This is, oh man, this is so, this is the back door that, this is the back door that Summer would have had to come out when she was last seen, or not even seen, but when she,
Yeah.
this is the last place that she would have been.
Yeah, that's the back door.
So,
That's the canoe, Chris. The red canoe.
yep, that is the red canoe.
This is December 2021, right?
Yep, December 12th, 2021.
Okay. That canoe disappeared at some point.
Did it?
Yeah, it did for some reason.
I don't know. We've got images of the property recently. We can go back and look at it here in just a minute, but we'll continue to go over these.
Okay.
So again, right around through here is kind of where the property starts to take a, you can't see it because it's top view, but it starts to go steep downhill.
Yep.
So again, I'm kind of marking it here with my hand right here. The other side, the property starts steeply going downhill. This is Grandis's little camper. This is what she stayed in, and it would have been right out here somewhere that that Summer, or that Candace and Grandis were planting flowers with Summer before she went inside.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm going to leave this right here for just a moment for you all to take a look at. This is where Grandis and Candace and Summer were planting flowers outside of the little camper when Summer decided that she was going to get up. Follow my hand on the screen, guys. She's going to walk over here. She's going to go inside.
That's the front, Chris.
This is the front door. Yes, sir.
Okay.
She's going to go inside right here. She's immediately going to go over, get underneath the whatever it is, but the stairs that are really weird stairs underneath. It's like underneath like the counter or something.
Yeah.
Go down the stairs. She goes into her the basement room. And this is where we don't know. So we've got line of sight. If they're right here, I don't know, Ryan, Kiki, what do you think? It almost feels like they've got a line of sight of this back door.
No, not really, Chris.
Okay.
That corner of the building, in my opinion. So if that green stripe overhang, that's the back door, right?
It is, yes.
Okay. If she came out that and went directly right and down toward the road, say she's following a dog, she's chasing her dogs or whatever, I honestly don't think that they would be able to see her escape out the back door. Do you have a different opinion, Kiki?
Kiki,
You're
are you
muted.
still
I
here?
honestly
Okay.
don't think. Sorry, to run outside. I honestly do not think that they would be able to see her. And what confuses me is it looks like almost it would have been easier to go down to the back, but Candace kept that locked, right?
Allegedly, it was locked. That's what she said.
You would have been able to probably see somebody come up the hill if there was somebody that was coming after her, I would think.
Yeah. I'll be honest with you guys. Where I've landed personally is that she went out the back door and went down to the road. Whether she was chasing a dog or for some other reason, I'll be honest, this point I believe she went down to the road and she followed the path, Chris. If you go back to that property and you show where the bus was, I think it's out the back door behind the bus and the what Don called the dog trail that they followed down to Ben Hill Road. I really believe that she, for some reason, went down to Beach Creek, Ben Hill Road, and there was a crime of opportunity of some kind that happened at the base of the driveway. I think she was following dogs. I think she was with her dogs or petting a dog of some kind, and something happened at the base of that driveway. And it can happen and the thing is, Chris, if you time it, the time it would take a child her age to go from that back door, get out the back door, go down to the road, it the math, the timing makes sense. She could have done that in less than 5 minutes. And something happened at the road.
Yeah, little ones can get gone very quickly.
I don't know what happened at the road, but something happened at that road. At the base of the driveway. That's where it happened, in my
So
opinion.
you're saying that she comes from right here. Correct me if I'm wrong. Can you all see the screen?
Yeah, I can't see her cursor though.
Okay. Can you see the line that I'm making?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. So she comes down here. Are you saying that she comes here and then goes around?
Not to the driveway. In my opinion, it wasn't the driveway. It was down behind the bus. You see where that bus is right there to the right?
Uh-huh.
Behind the bus, there was a trail. And she followed the dog trail. Maybe it was a dog down to the road. Because it hit the road, it hit Ben Hill. If you go behind the bus, go straight the direction you're going, Chris. Yeah, that way. She hits the road, goes up to the driveway, because that's where the dogs went. They hit the road, they
Okay.
walked up the road, and at the driveway is where her scent ended. Right there, where your cursor is.
Okay. So that's
Whatever happened,
0.05
happened
miles.
Yeah, in my opinion, that's exactly where it happened. Whatever happened, happened right there.
Which would be right here.
Maybe somebody drove along and she was down there petting a dog. Maybe it was timed. Maybe it was planned. Maybe they knew they were going to be there and she would be outside. I don't know how. But if we only take the evidence into account, her scent, where you are with your cursor right now, with your image, at the base of that driveway right there, something happened right there, Chris. Something happened right there. She was taken from that spot right there.
You know, that is what a theory. You know, there's multiple theories in this case that we can think about. There's the idea that of an abduction, where we say someone came, they planned this abduction, they took Summer, and it was planned out. It was this huge thing. And then there's the idea of that foul play occurred. And then there's another theory, and the theory that you just went over was a crime of opportunity. And Ryan, the thing is with the crime of opportunity here, and what would make this theory have to work is Candace said that Summer had went inside, and how long was it that passed?
She said 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
So are we saying that Candace was looking for Summer, and Summer still hadn't been kidnapped yet? That she went and started to look for Summer, and that the crime of opportunity had not occurred. Is that what you would say?
I don't, however, the amount of time she spent adjusting the brace of Grandis there was a 5-minute window. And if you do an analysis of what can happen in 5 minutes, let's say Summer went down to the basement, immediately was like, you know what? I don't want to be down here. I'm going to go play on the swing.
Okay.
She goes outside, and her dog is outside and runs down the dog trail, and she follows the dog. The 5-minute window is enough for her to get to the base of the driveway and for something to happen. And that's it. And no, so Dukes, the scream that Jody Sue Brown has reported to the media, the law enforcement has said there is no credibility to the scream. That has nothing to do with the case.
Yeah.
I don't know. And a scream, I mean, I've laid awake at night wondering about this, and this is kind of pathetic. Honestly, this is how much I think about this case. But like the other night, I was laying there going, "What if it was pathetic? If there was a scream, if there was a sound, a high-pitched sound, does it necessarily have to be a scream? Could it have been screeching tires? I don't know if you guys have ever heard somebody about to hit something and they slam on their brakes, and the sound a car makes when it's screeching on tar. Okay. It sounds like a scream. It does sound like a scream. And I just keep going back and forth on was it an accident down by the road? Something happened at the base of the driveway. And I'm never gonna, I guarantee you guys, when the truth comes out, it's going to be something happened at the base of the driveway, whether it was somebody hit her or somebody took her. And there's the whole thing. Karen, we did a full interview with Karen. Hopefully, if you guys haven't seen it, I hope you check it out. We interviewed Fred Hill's sister, and she talked about the bicycle that was picked up at the base of the driveway. Fred made his sister pull over on the side of Ben Hill Road, stop the car, stop the van, whatever they were driving, get out and grab the tricycle that was Summer's. This is before she went missing. And the sister was like, why do you care about a little girl's bike? Why are you throwing that in the back? And he said, allegedly, again, I haven't talked to the sister myself. This is from Karen. She said, her sister said, that Fred said, Dawn knows what it means. Dawn knows what it means. So was that a day where there was an opportunity where she was at the road and he used the bike as an opportunity to grab her? The bike was eventually, Chris, this is the crazy thing, man. The bike was eventually, the little tricycle was eventually found after she disappeared, and it was found near a burn pit on the property. They found this bike almost like it was taken at one point, and for some reason it was discarded of later after she was disappeared. Like it was used as maybe it was used as a way to draw her in, to lure her to a vehicle. I don't know. These are things that keep swimming in my head, and I don't know what to believe, but I do know something happened at the base of the driveway, and it's messed up. Something's messed up, and I don't know. I don't know.
Two things that concern me: if someone took her, if she chased the puppies, the thing is, wouldn't the puppies make a lot of noise? Number two, Jody Sue, allegedly, she spoke this on YouTube, said there was a truck door. She heard a truck door. How do you distinguish from a truck and a car? You can, but without seeing it.
Right.
Just curious. And my phone's about to go dead, guys. I'm so sorry. I will have to jump down. I will continue to watch. I'm sorry.
That's okay,
You're
Kiki.
fine. Thank you so much for joining us, Kiki. I appreciate you coming on. You're
Thank
always
you.
welcome to come on the live. It's been a pleasure talking to you.
Yes, sir.
And
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And hopefully when things get a little settled in my life, I can come on more often.
yeah, thank
Absolutely.
you.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
See you, Kiki.
I'm looking at a lot of comments in chat about the tree company and
Yeah.
one thing I want to go to. Where was the cornbread mafia mentioned at the first time?
Yeah.
Who mentioned cornbread mafia? Do you remember?
Um. Oh, what's his name? the the TV
I want
celebrity,
to. Yeah. Oh,
Dr. Phil. Dr.
Dr.
Phil.
Phil.
Yeah.
Dr. Phil don't know what the heck he's talking about, guys. There is. I'm gonna hate saying this. I'm gonna burst a lot of people's bubbles here. There is no such thing as a cornbread mafia. Sorry. The cornbread mafia does not exist.
Hmm.
We would know. I've lived here my whole life. Now, is there people that grow weed, people that make meth, people that do, craziness up in the woods? Sure. But there's not a cornbread mafia. There's not a group of these horrible, bad people. This man in Kentucky really was supposedly a cornbread mafia
I mean,
guy.
there was right in the 1980s, supposedly,
Right.
like around
Um,
marijuana or
I
whatever.
don't I don't doubt that maybe a cornbread mafia is what people refer to some people as the cornbread mafia, but it's not. The cornbread mafia is not something that people I don't know, it's not something that we hear about around here, right? Do you, Ryan, do you hear about the cornbread mafia a lot?
But no, I've only heard about the marijuana group. They're like,
Okay.
small scale, local, almost like how the moonshiners used to be, and they're growing pot kind of, if anything, you know.
Right. Um, let's see here. So I want to go back to sharing the screen. I've got another upload here. Real time, Ryan. This just shows you in real time what we can do.
Let's do it.
We're over here doing real time work on the case, guys. Real time work on this case. Let's see. Let me go to my email real quick. I need to see when this one. Summer. For some reason, this is not wanting to. It's not wanting to add my pictures right here of Ben Hill.
It's kind of weird that it's literally the Ben Hill area that's a whole.
Pretty much.
Could you switch the screen share to like change your layout to the screen share being larger? Are you able to do that?
What do I need to do? How do I do that now?
So you see the icons where you've got, there you go. Yeah, those different icons. So you've got yep,
There we go.
there you go. Perfect. That works.
Now, what I wanted to do, if we look here, I wanted to go like 56 through 70 is the pictures that I
Can
need
I,
to be
can I
uploaded.
just add a
So,
quick question while you're searching, Chris?
yeah.
Because I'm curious, Kathy Gordon, I know you're in chat. Jen and I were really interested in the what is it, Jackson City or the Panther Creek Park. And we were interested in that area because under Candace's background, she's listed as living in that area for like a full year in 2022. And I think, I'm sorry, Kathy, if I'm completely off base here with you being part of her being in that area, if you were helping her out at the time. But my understanding was that you were, and Real Rock and Robin, stop. Um, Kathy, do you know if that area could be important, or do you think it's worth looking into based on what you know about Candace and what was going on in 2022, the year after Summer disappeared?
So, if
And
you see here,
no disrespect, because I know that you were involved pretty deep, and I'm honestly looking for any advice, any insight on anybody who knows anything about what was going on after Summer disappeared. So you don't have to share if you don't want to.
what was it you said?
Kathy was
I apologize. I had to move my, plug my headset in. It had beeped on me that it was going dead. So I missed what you had asked. I apologize.
I was asking Kathy because Kathy was pretty involved with Candace for a while.
Okay.
And she was kind of connected with the whole Ziggy stuff going on, but uh, it sounds like Kathy left, unfortunately. Shoot.
Okay. What was it she had asked?
I was asking about the Panther Creek area and the Jackson City, I think it's called, where Candace stayed at a different location in 2022 for almost a full year. She wasn't on Ben Hill. She was in a different location. And I'll talk to Kathy later. Maybe she'll be willing to talk a little bit about that.
Okay. So we're gonna kind of go. This right here is right below Ben Hill Road. Again, this is December 12th, 2021. Um, if we take a look, we've got this creek. This is that shed that everybody talks about. We said that Dawn ran down to the shed. You know what I'm talking about, Ryan?
Mm-hmm. There's the creek.
There is the creek. Okay. Let's see. We're going to go back to 72. Zero 72. All right, back to these images. We had stopped right here.
Yep.
We're going to move on a little bit. So this is on the other side of, if you look at the very bottom of the image, you've got the camper where Grandis was. And then you've got a huge drop off right behind it. Very, very steep drop off right here. Well, you've seen it before, Ryan. You've been there. Like, this is
Yep.
a steep drop off on this side. Then this is where you go. That, let's see.
That's by Beach Creek, right? That's that. Yeah, that steep area.
Yeah, this is the very bottom of the hill right there. So here you go, guys. Yours truly. There I am, in the back of the truck that we was talking about earlier that Ziggy saw me in. Where to go? I'm just trying to go over everything that way. If anybody, there is the entrance to the front door. Chat's gonna blow up. They're gonna want to know who this is, and I don't know, guys. I can't. I have no idea. Okay, so we'll continue. Are you watching chat, Ryan?
I am.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now, as we go right here, on the top end, we're going to get into another image that's closer to that. This is known as, I guess, the Doomsday Prepper Shed that everyone's talked about. This is what it was back in December 12th, 2021. There was, I have seen the inside of it when I was there. Then it was just exactly what we said. A lot of prepper stuff in it. A lot of canned goods and stuff like that.
That's the shed, huh?
That is the shed. Yes, sir. Right there in the picture and right there in the picture.
Yeah, that's a big building.
Oh, yeah, it's a pretty big building. There's a lot of barrels of stuff in there. This is down the driveway, as you can see there. The driveway, up and down the driveway, was just strewn out with kids' toys and stuff. Once you came with the driveway, it was up through there the whole way up.
Hey, Chris.
Yes.
We got Chill Billy in chat. So Chill Billy has been on the property and saw a lot of the prepper barrels
Uh-huh.
in that building you're talking about.
Yes.
You've been on the property. Do you think that law enforcement searched those barrels? The prepper barrels with like rice and shit in it?
All I can say is I swear to God, I hope they did.
Yeah.
I could not imagine them not.
I mean, a dog, I'll tell you, a dog could sniff a barrel full of rice that had something hidden in it, and it would identify that there's something in it. If they used cadaver dogs, but I don't know what they used. I don't know what technology they used. So it's a good question.
Yeah. And
Thanks
here's
for
the
joining,
biggest
Billy.
thing. One big thing for me, Ryan, that you gotta think about is Hawkins County is a small department. It's not very big. And
Yeah.
I would imagine that Hawkins County doesn't have a huge budget.
Right.
And so you gotta wonder if early on in the search there wasn't mistakes made. I mean, I hate to say. What'd you say?
Like things overlooked, kind of rushed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just gotta wonder.
Melissa says, I'm local, they had search dogs. And I would assume they did. Hopefully canine HRD certified dogs, I'm assuming. It's in the early days of a search, though, so it's hard to know what they were using.
Right.
And a lot of these dogs are dual certified, so, yeah, good point. T-Talk, good point. TBI was involved. They do have a big budget, and they would use the correct resources, I would think.
So can we look that up, Ryan, and see at what point was TBI called in? Can we look that up?
Good question. Tennessee Bureau of Investigation was brought into the Seminoles case on June 15th, the very same day the 5-year-old was reported missing from her family's home.
That is great. That is good to know. So I will take back my comment. I apologize. That is not. I was not trying to insinuate that the TBI isn't good at their jobs or anything. I was just worried with Hawkins County being such a small department that maybe, something could have been missed.
Right.
Give me just a moment, guys, and we're going to get into some recent pictures.
And honestly, Chris, to kind of confirm, though, what you're saying is, I know with the Layla Centinelo case, there is collaboration with TBI and Kingsport PD.
Right.
However, information flows in to Kingsport PD, and it's not necessarily all shared immediately. Like, information sharing is not seamless, and it's not immediate. Sometimes it's like a monthly meeting.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That is true. Yep.
Chat. So, it doesn't mean everything that Hawkins County came across was fully conveyed to TBI in the early days. So,
well, I would hope so.
I would hope so too.
Surely that the Hawkins County didn't leave anything or keep anything from the TBI early on in the search, because that would be horrible.
And it may not even be intentional. Sometimes they may assume that something isn't important.
Right,
That if
right.
you know what I mean, if TBI got a hold of it, they'd be like, "Hell, holy shit! Like this is important." But it's being screened through Hawkins County, so you never know. And they were getting thousands of tips as well.
Yep.
That's got to be hard.
Let's see here.
Ellie says, due to a particular conversation I had with Hawkins County deputy, TBI was sharing with Hawkins County Sheriff's Office, but it wasn't reciprocated. So there was it wasn't a perfect scenario from day one. You know what I mean? The
Right.
communication between the
Yep.
two. Oh,
So that's my thoughts, Ryan. Is there a possibility that, man, I hate saying this again. I hate repeating myself. I'm sorry. Is there a possibility that early on in the case because Hawkins County would have been the responding department. You wouldn't get the 911 call and TBI comes immediately.
right.
So the question is did Hawkins County and whoever got on scene first, the incident commander, did he make the correct decisions? Because, and I don't want to call into anybody, people make mistakes, guys. I don't want to call into question anybody's ability to do their job correctly. But, did Hawkins County, I mean, if you look it up, they had never had a case like this before.
Yeah.
Like, they had never had a missing little girl that they were trying to find immediately. Missing little girl is like, oh, wait, never mind. She was found in her bedroom, or found outside on her swing. They had never had a case come along where it was, there's a missing little girl and we don't know where she's at all.
Well, you know what, Chris? It's interesting because there was one.
Okay.
It was a Simpson. Hold on, let me get the actual case. Hawkins County. Gary Simpson. And he kidnapped and sexually assaulted. I hope I can say that. Carly Trent. Thank you, Chillbilly. Carly Trent, right, was abducted by Gary Simpson. And the way that Hawkins County handled it was so different, Chris. They were calling the public to contribute. They were calling the public to help. They wanted as many people searching as possible. And eventually, trying to remember the details. I'm sure some people in chat know better. I read the news article like months ago. So there were people who found the encampment. They found Gary Simpson and found her. They recovered the little girl. They saved her. And it was an amazing collaboration of Hawkins County, the public, people searching and turning up where this guy was in the middle of the woods somewhere, which is wild, Chris, because it kind of matches our current theory, right, of an encampment kind of scenario. It was an encampment scenario, and they showed up. Hawkins County showed up. They found this guy, and they recovered Carly. They recovered Carly. So all of a sudden, you've got an almost not identical, but a very similar case of a little girl, a little blonde girl. Carly was blonde too, She was the ideal target for this type of scenario. All of a sudden, in the Summer Walls case, very similar case, and instead of asking for collaboration and support and everybody working together like they did with the Carly Trent case, Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson was like, "We don't need anybody helping us. We've got this. Back off. Stop supporting, stop searching. You know, if you want to search your own property, go for it." It was completely different. It was like night and day, Chris. The response from Hawkins County when you compare these two cases, Carly Trent and Summer Wells. And to this day, I do not understand why there was this really weird shut down community searches. We don't need the community to help us in Summer's case specifically. And it's very suspicious. Like there's more to the picture. There's more to the story. And I don't understand it. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate. I'm not going to accuse the sheriff of anything, but it just doesn't make sense. Very different response.
Yeah, something doesn't make sense. I agree.
You know,
I agree. So I'm gonna pull up. Let's see here. I know it's getting late. People are probably like, man, when are we going to get off of here? I do have to ask. Sassy had put in the chat and said, "You two are detrimental to finding Summer." Was that a typo or?
It depends which Sassy. I can tell you if you tell me which Sassy.
There we go. But then, I mean, she hit the.
I'm sure that was a typo.
Okay.
I think she might have meant instrumental. I'm just guessing.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe. I don't know, but we'll see. Her comments have been great, so I'm sure it was just a typo. Not a typo.
No.
Sassy, I'm curious why you think it would be detrimental to actually search on the ground for Summer. And do active drone searches when nobody else is searching. Please share. This is we're an open, you know, we'd love to hear your thoughts.
Okay.
I'm curious why anybody would think it would be better not to search for Summer at all.
So is that what you meant to put, Sassy? What you commented here? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Just based on her comments earlier, yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay, no problem. It's fine.
It is. I was just curious, but thank you so much. It's okay. It's okay. Don't hang your head. It's all good. I can barely hold my eyes open as we speak. It's so late here.
Yeah.
That's the point. Is I'm glad that you think that we're instrumental in finding Summer.
Thank you.
I want to be. So let's go. We're gonna pull up some images. And by the way, guys, I'm going to work on some maps this week. I'm going to work on processing them. When we're not on live stream and I'm able to process hardcore with all of my CPU's power, I can process some good maps. But I was in a rush and I needed to get them done because I wanted to show you all as much as possible.
I will add to Chris and I have been talking a lot about Kiki's research into DJ Smith and locations in Knoxville. And Chris and I are really interested in the hotels, the sketchy places that people meet in Knoxville to do deals, you know, stuff like that. But also, if anyone out there is a good researcher, and I've been I like to consider myself a good researcher, but I've been struggling on the 2021 location of Mr. Smith. Oh, thank you, Joyce. Appreciate that comment.
Thank you so
Um,
much. Thank
thank
you.
you. If any of you can help with identifying the residents in 2021 of Mr. Smith, send it privately. We're not going to dox the guy, but we want to
Yeah.
know the good search location in the Knoxville area for that time period. So we'd appreciate that support. I'm struggling in that area. I'm really having a hard time finding the location he was residing at in 2021. So if anybody can help, please do.
So I want to show you all a as far as what we done with the PIs and our missions. Most of our missions consisted of flying RGB imagery, just a 20 megapixel camera, and what we would do is we would map out the area, and then we would put those images into a program called Locate, LOC8. And what would happen is you would get an image that would pop out roughly just like this. So, and what it would do is this image would point out anything that had pink in it. So if we're looking at this image, this was a Locate at the time. It was pointing out this right here. Now, when we were doing our mission, this was a huge target on Bell Road. When I seen this pop up, I just couldn't believe it. I thought, this has to be checked. I need to go out there right now. I got back in my car that same day. It's 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the evening. I drove straight to this location on Bell Road, and I drove straight to what ended up being a trash pile. I can't say I was disappointed because I didn't want to find somewhere like that, right? But
what's this location?
This was on Bell Road.
Bell Road, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. This was this is Gorley's property.
Oh, no way.
The end of his property is right here on Bell Road.
And then is that where the trash pile?
The trash pile was right here on the red mark.
Okay.
Yep.
That Bell Road location, not far from the gap behind Gorley's, there's a turnoff point that I would like to go out there with you in the fall. Right where your cursor is, actually. Yeah. There's a turnoff point that I drove out there once with Andy Bernard, and we found masks that people wore in 2021 at that turnoff point. It was really weird. And just off that turnoff point, if you go into the woods, there's a place called Possum Hollow. And I would love to be able to use your technology to scan that deep. It's a gorge. There's a dark area in the woods there that I almost think there could be a cave or something in that area, but I'd love to be able to search that with your technology. Just, I mean, we've proven already that you can identify cave openings, so we'll know immediately. Right?
Yep. Yep. Absolutely. Let's see here.
Hey, Glenn. Good to see you, buddy.
Hope the show. Glenn, hello, Glenn. How are you? Thanks so much for Glenn for coming out with me one of the days I went out to Warriors, and Glenn showed up. He was great.
Yeah. Glenn just played the show tonight at the Gray. There's like a block party that happened tonight at the Appalachian Fair, I think. That's what it was. Right. So his band played tonight, so he's got to be exhausted. Thanks for showing up, Glenn. Appreciate it.
So, this person, Baby Kisses, says in December it was dark already. It absolutely was. So, 7 p.m. it was dark. I did not care. when I saw this image come across my program, it could have been midnight. I was getting in the car and I was driving to Beach Creek. I didn't care. When I seen that pop up, to me, that was such a good hit on an image that it had to be checked right then. There was no waiting. So yes, it was dark at that time. So let's go. Let me pull up. I'm gonna pull up the recent.
Hash Brown asked Chris, what is all the equipment you use to see or pick up? So basically, what's the technology that you use?
Yeah, so I use a plethora of things. I've got a Mavic 2 Pro that I use for RGB imaging, but it's also converted for near infrared. So sorry, I was looking at the chat as well. I also use a Mavic 2 Enterprise Advanced. The Enterprise Advanced is my thermal camera along with a zoom camera. It has a really good zoom on it. I also use a Matrice 200 with a Matrice 200 with or 210, sorry. Matrice 210 with a converted near infrared camera that is also used to look for ground disturbances or like old what would be anything that had been buried in decomposition in the ground for a while. We use that for that as well.
And Hash Brown
Was
too.
just thinking bones
Yeah.
would be hard to find or hard to see, I'd imagine. Can you see bones? Absolutely. I'm able to, we have most of our imagers are able to zoom in pretty far, can zoom close to the ground, even if we are mapping an area out at 200 feet in the air. That is what's so amazing about the technology. We've just got so much stuff that we can use. But like I said, there's more stuff, and I'll get into that. There's some upgraded equipment that I really would like to add to our arsenal. I'll talk about that kind of near the end here, but we are going to, let's see.
And just real quick, Chris, one
Yeah.
of the approach that Chris and I are trying to take is utilizing the whole spectrum of technology. So you've got obviously all the things Chris just described that he can identify target locations from the air. If Chris ever identifies something that might be a potential, let's say a burial site, because let's say he identifies, okay, this spot right here at these GPS coordinates there's an overgrowth and it represents an area that could have been a burial site, then we would do our best to bring in cadaver dogs like Moon, who's now certified. And so if Chris can get GPS coordinates of a site that is a potential burial site, we would bring in Moon and go into the area on foot, boots on the ground, get a secondary confirmation. So Chris is going to be the primary confirmation that there could be a location that needs to be searched. We bring in Moon. We do a secondary confirmation. If she does an indication of that spot that represents, okay, this actually could be a burial site, then we call in law enforcement and let them take over. So that's like an ideal scenario where Chris, through his technology, can identify a target with GPS coordinates, very specific GPS coordinates with his drones, we can go in on the ground and we can do a secondary confirmation that there's something there and then call in law enforcement. That's like a dream come true right there if we can ever pull that off.
Yes. Let's see here. So I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna share the screen here. Okay. So Ryan, can you see the image that looks black and white right now?
Yes.
Okay. So what this is a near infrared image, and what you see on the ground mainly is dark because it's all leaves on the ground. But if you look at the top of these trees, they're really bright colors because these are very healthy vegetation. So what we'd be looking at for, let's say, someone that's been buried for 6 or 7 years, we'd be looking for a bright spot like this, but it would be in the shape of a donut.
Yeah.
That is what we would be looking for. So we search these images and we're looking for anything that looks bright like that and looks like a donut. We just look through them. Now, also, there is, let's see. Give me just a moment and I'll pull up another image where I can show what would look like if we found disturbed earth.
Hold on a second. I got a quick question here I got to answer.
Mm-hmm.
So Lynn Hammock, Ryan, is it too late for HRD dogs to pick her scent up? HRD dogs, what's amazing about them and the miracle of using dogs is that they have identified old grave sites that are hundreds of years old. If there's bone or decomposition of any sort going on underground, a good HRD dog who's been trained, years of training, can identify that decomposition going on in the ground. Hundreds of years old. It really depends. There's a lot of science behind it, but it depends on, and I'm sure Chris, it's
Right.
Moisture,
Absolutely.
circumstances, all that stuff.
I want to clarify before I talk about this image. This image right here is not an image from the Summer Wells search. This image is not an image from Summer Wells search.
Okay.
This is an image from a case that I worked on with the FBI. I don't want to give the name of the case, but what you see in the middle here is you can see how this stands out so well. Do you see this, Ryan?
Yes.
How this is disturbed earth right here. Now, this is only disturbed because the agents came in here, and this was the locations that we had picked out, and they came in here and started digging to look for remains. So this is what disturbed earth would look like early on. Sticks out like a sore thumb in our images here.
That's wild, man. Wow.
Let's see. So the next images that I'm going to pull up, guys, I'm going to pull up. These are from my most recent search with the private investigators.
Hey Chris, a lot
Yes,
of
sir.
people believe like Janet G7K
Yeah.
Makes a good point. Summer was traffic. Let's say the scenario Summer was traffic, and she is alive
Hmm.
and in a location, God knows where. Um, do you think that this type of searching, this type of approach, could identify her potentially in that scenario?
Are you talking about the searching that we're doing right now?
Well, I'm kind of hinting at it because you and I kind of, you know what I mean? We've been talking about the trafficking scenario, but locally and
Yes.
locally being hidden. So that scenario, um,
So yeah,
but there's
I
also
will.
the scenario where could be further out. So what do you think?
Yeah. So here's something that I want to announce to everybody. Me and Ryan have talked about, and I'm not sure if this is what you were getting at or not, Ryan, but
Yeah.
um, we are going to. I'm going to go ahead and announce it now. We are going to start a campaign. Um, this campaign is going to be. Let me get it all pulled up. So I've got everything on my phone here. Man, I'm so excited about this, guys.
Yeah, me too.
So let's see here. Anyways, this campaign is going to be called No Place Without Her Face. Summer Around the World. So I'm going to post that here. Kiki had made a comment in there, Ryan. So
Not from now. We'll be covering. I don't know if we'll have time tonight, but we're going to be covering Knoxville area for sure. Especially the seedy hotels where drug trades do take place around there, and also like we mentioned earlier, we're trying to find out where DJ Smith was in 2021. Maybe that area too.
I'm going to put this up on the screen, guys. No Place Without Her Face. Summer Around the World. And the goal of this campaign, we had brought it up on Kiki 2025 True Crime the other day. Kiki, do you want to come back on the channel real quick? I know you said you got your phone charged. Would you like to come back up and talk about this with us? Because we kind of talked about this and came up with this the other night on your channel.
And also, we have a local who's willing to print out at least like a few dozen of these flyers, and
Yep.
we'll figure out ways to print out these flyers. But anybody who wants to print them, post them across the world. We're talking
Yes.
planet here.
So here's the goal, guys. I am in the process right now of making a spreadsheet. And what this is going to be, I'm going to put this spreadsheet in every chat that we do or every stream that we do. And what I need the community to do is I need you all to sign up if you're willing to. You don't have to, guys. But if you are willing to do this, I need you to sign up on the spreadsheet that's going to be out there. I can tell you that information that you put in this sheet will not be shared with anyone. This information is only going to be used for this purpose only.
Yeah.
We want to find one person, and we're just going to begin here. So this is just an example. We want to find one person in each state across America, all 50 states. And we want to be able to send at least in the beginning. I would love to send many more, but in the beginning, we want to send at least a flyer. Now, we will, like I said, we're going to try to send a few of them, but you got to remember, we're going to be doing this around the world. We're going to send you a flyer, and you are going to put this flyer on somewhere in your town that is the most heavily traveled area in your town or your state. Now, I would love to be able to get this to the point to where we're doing it in multiple places across the state, but we also are going to put these flyers in around the world. So
Yep.
we need people. If you are in Mexico, please sign up, guys. Please. If you are in Canada, please sign up. Any country around the world. This is going to be the hard part is we need to identify people around the whole world that is willing to post one of these flyers in your city around the world or post it on social media. That is perfectly fine too. The goal for this is just in case Summer was kidnapped and has been trafficked to another area in the world, how are we ever going to find her?
Yep. Chris and I,
How?
and the conversation too that sparked this, you guys, was you all know Nana for Life has been very active in the Beach Creek community, hanging flyers. Every single weekend, she would go out, drive out there. She would spend hundreds of dollars printing flyers. And Chris and I were talking about this whole theory about what if someone from the Falls Branch side was involved potentially. So now you've got not the Beach Creek side that needs these flyers, but potentially Fall Branch. So Chris and I were talking about, and we were going to still do this probably is go out and hang some flyers in the Fall Branch area. But then we started going, well, what if it was trafficking? What if it was a drug debt and a sale that sent her somewhere halfway across the world, God knows where? Why don't we do what Nana has started, not just in Beach Creek, but across the whole world? Why not? Why not get her face out there? Because there could be a little blonde girl, God knows where. I mean, Switzerland, where nobody hears about her case and nobody knows about her case. But why not put her face out there, and someone out there potentially could see this flyer and be like, I have seen her in the grocery store. I've seen her in the school. Like, she is a girl here who has morphed into some family's world who took her through trafficking. And to me, this was like, this is the way to go. This is make it worldwide. Why not? Let's make it worldwide. I love it. I love it, Chris. I told you from the moment you had the idea, this is brilliant, and it's low cost, and we could pay for it. And I just want to give Nana for Life credit for starting it in Beach Creek, but I think it is a brilliant idea to spread it across the entire world. And it's not that much. It's not going to cost that much for us to do it.
Yep. Absolutely. I am super excited about this, guys. I'm telling you, this has me so pumped. I am so excited to be doing this because this is what makes a real difference. We can get on here and we can talk all night about what about this, what about that, but getting out and putting boots on the ground and making a real difference is what matters. And I'm so excited to be able to help with coming up with the spreadsheet. Pretty much the spreadsheet, what it's going to be is you're going to fill it out. It's going to put a submission. It may not even be just a spreadsheet, guys. This may be, I'm in the process of working on it. It may be just like a form that you fill out. And so what you're going to do is you will fill out the form and it will send to me or me and Ryan, however it's going to work. I'm not quite sure. And this is going to tell us what state that you're in or what country that you're in. And what we're going to be doing is once we, there may be multiple people from one state. That's very possible. But the goal at first is to get one flyer to every state, one flyer to every country.
Yep.
And once we do that and we have confirmed that we've completed that goal, that's when we will start doing it for more people. we start taking multiple flyers and we send them to multiple people in one state, multiple people in another country. That's our goal. And if we can continue to get her face out there, like Ryan said, this is what's going to help find her. If Summer is alive somewhere in another country, let's say she's down in Mexico and somebody's roaming the streets of Tijuana and they see this picture of this little girl and they're like, "Oh my God, I've seen this girl. She went to school with my daughter last year." You know, you
Yeah.
never know, guys. You never know. This is what's going to help. I cannot wait to do this. This is going to be amazing.
Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait.
So,
Yeah.
and it kind of goes with the theory that I'm going to talk about right now. Before we move on, is I think that what's happened to poor Summer, and it could be a crime of opportunity. It's that someone has gotten Summer, they kidnapped her, they've held her in a some sort of basement, a dungeon, some sort of place that they have made specifically for this. And it's hard, it's horrible to talk about because these type of people are horrible people. And it's this could be something that someone has planned out and they have Summer, they have her and she's still alive and she's being held against her will. And the only way that poor Summer is going to get out is if she escapes herself.
Yeah. Rosemary Time, yes. I think we're definitely going to include the age progression photo.
Yes, absolutely.
That's what she probably looks like right now. It's the best we can do because we don't know. But we have to put her face in the places where she could potentially be. And it's a shot in the dark, you guys. I mean, you guys who have followed this case from the beginning, you know that all the theories, maybe she's not somewhere. Maybe she's not in Mexico or, Switzerland or Germany or wherever the hell across the world. Maybe she's not. Maybe she's gone. Maybe they got rid of the evidence. But Chris and I have been talking a lot about all of the possibilities, and I don't think anything needs to be taken off the table. And if there's a family out there who took Summer thinking they were going to save her, thinking they were going to take her out of her home and give her a better life, yeah, that's on the surface, it sounds like a beautiful thing to do, right? It sounds like you can convince yourself it's the right thing to do. However, this is a little girl who has a life, who had a life, who had people who loved her in the community in Kingsport and East Tennessee. And now people who loved her think that she might be gone. She might be dead. And you can't, I'm sorry, but there's no way. I don't care if you're trying to convince yourself that you're giving her a better life because you have a shitload of money, and maybe you've convinced yourself that you can protect her and you can save her. That's not how the law works. That's not how the world works. You can't steal children. I don't care if you're CPS. I don't care if you're I don't care if you're the US government. Stealing children is not okay. Taking children out of their community from people who love them, whether you think you're doing the right thing or not, whether you have $1 million or not, it's not okay. It's not okay. And Summer Wells was who she was. She was from Beech Creek. She was from the Holler. She was from Hawkins County. She was a holler girl. She was a Southern girl who grew up there. And if you want to save her, then go through the proper channels with CPS like other families do and save her in that way. You can't kidnap children. You're not allowed to kidnap children, no matter how much money you have and no matter how much you justify it through your wealth, if that's the case here. And I'm sorry, you guys, I am getting angry because I've thought about this a lot, and there's a lot of theories out there that some wealthy family has saved Summer Wells, but it's still illegal and it's not okay. And you can't just do this to a community, no matter how much money you have. So she needs to be turned up. She needs to be returned if that's the case, and the proper channels taken to give her to a proper home, whether it's a, CPS handles these cases with children who are abused, who are in a bad situation, which most people probably agree that she was. But there's appropriate channels to follow, and it's not trafficking, and it's not abducting a child. It's not okay. Summer deserves to be part of the community that she grew up in. And I'm gonna stop there. I'm sorry, you guys. I could get carried away. I could go on all night, but it makes me really angry.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ryan. That's why I got to cut my camera off sometimes, because this talking about this, it makes me emotional. And this is this little girl is in our backyard. She's right here in our town. And
I think so.
And it's, I'm saying, like, that's where she was, and it's so sad to think that she's been gone this long and that no one has found her. No one knows where she is. And that's just, it truly, truly breaks my heart thinking about it.
Yeah. Yep.
I do have some more images, guys. A couple. I'm pulling them up here. These are going to be of my recent search that we've done. Give me just a moment to pull these up. And
Chris, one thing while you're looking those up, if you don't
go
mind,
ahead.
I would love to invite you, and I've told my audience, and they're still expecting it. And Ron knows what I'm talking about. There is a well-known law enforcement in a town over from me. It's not in the Beach Creek area or anything, but he's been super busy. We've been going back and forth on inbox calls and everything. But I wanted to talk to him, ask him questions about Summer Wells, ask him questions, about Sebastian Rogers, different things, and then also ask him what is the percentage of the trafficking, the drugs, what is the percentage of per se, like online it says 97% of abductions are normally a family member or a
Yep.
family friend. Okay, someone they've known or came across. I want to actually talk to law enforcement, and he's not just down low on the totem pole. He actually ran for sheriff, and he was second, in that, which I wish he had won, but next year. But he's been busy campaigning, and he knows some well-known in Knoxville also, I'll just say that, and all the way up to the Washington level, if that makes sense, the congressman and things like that. So I would like for you to come up with me and Ron when we do get that interview It could be in person or on phone call. I'm not sure. He sounded like he'd want to do it more in person. And I'd like to know what the next steps on these cases for us as YouTubers, not law enforcement. What would they suggest that we do next to help and not hinder the cases?
Okay. I would love to be a part of that. I would absolutely love to be a part of that, Kiki. Do you know when you're planning or when this is going to happen?
Well, like we talked, what, Ryan, like a month ago, maybe. And then I talked to him last week and he said, I've just been so busy. We may actually, what the funny part was, we may meet in Knoxville area somewhere.
Okay.
If we have to do it, in person. But I think it would be, good for us to know legally and whatever, what are the next steps that we could take that would actually help out? What could we do? Do other law enforcement, like, do their offices have a flyer of Summer Wells hanging up? Think about that. I know they have the database and such, but do they have flyers around the courthouse? Different things. Can you put them up there? Who can we talk to? How can we solve the problem of the missing children or slow it down in Tennessee, basically?
Those are great talking points. That is fantastic. I cannot wait to sit down with who you're talking about and be able to go over some of those because that is that is phenomenal. Chris, or sorry, Ryan, what are your thoughts, man? That's great.
Yeah, no, that would be amazing, Kiki. I've been distracted by Moonshine Girl. Sorry, you guys. Moonshine Girl just dug up something from my past that I was not expecting tonight. Like I used to research really weird paranormal stuff, usually to debunk it. And have you guys ever seen the movie The Men Who Stare at Goats?
I don't think so.
It's
I
about
haven't, but I've heard of it. I've heard of it.
It's the government's research into paranormal abilities. And it actually happened. If you watch The Men Who Stare at Goats, this crazy shit happened, and it was about the government researching paranormal abilities, remote viewing to use for military purposes. And man, I'm a little blown away here. So Moonshine Girl suggested that I reach out to Joe McMoneagle to look for Summer. Now, Joe McGonigal was one of the Army's trained remote viewers who now sells like remote viewing lessons to people. And so when we started this case, Jen and I explored. It's okay, Sassy. It's okay to be into the paranormal, and any of you guys that believe in that stuff, I don't judge people. Jen and I, when we first started Summer's case, we were so desperate because we had such a lack of research and information. We explored psychic readings. I would literally spend hours on YouTube looking for anything psychics would say in Summer's case. Since then, we've talked to people. We've dug more into people in the area who had more information about people who were in the area. We've dug into Cotton Simpson's case. We've talked to the family. We have more hard information, and I've never 100% trusted paranormal psychic stuff. It never, just be honest with you guys, and don't judge me for it. If you believe in the paranormal and psychic stuff, please don't judge me. I'm just saying we've explored that area, that way of researching, and it's never not 0% of the time ever turned up anything valuable, anything useful. And I don't believe in remote viewing. I don't believe the government should have ever spent money on that area of research. I think it's watch watch the movie The Men Who Stare at Goats, and you'll see how ridiculous it was that the government actually spent money on going down that road and looking to see if there was any military application of psychic abilities. And there wasn't. There wasn't. Period. Christy, I don't think you and I have ever really talked about that aspect of Summer Wells case and like all of the psychic channels that are giving their theories about it, because we don't go down that path anymore. I'm pretty sure you probably don't have any interest in following those types of leads.
Right, right.
Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, that's my answer. I'm sorry. That's my answer to that.
I'll be honest. I am, I want to follow any lead that could possibly bring us closer to finding this little girl. And
Yeah, if there's evidence, if there's facts, right?
yeah,
And see,
yeah.
my theory on that is I feel like that God, and I know not everybody believes the way I do, but I believe God gives you the ability sometimes to have an intuition.
Intuition, yes.
Just like you said with Jen, I've heard you say that before. I
Yeah.
believe that you can have an intuition, like the Lord lead you. I know that's not a popular opinion, but I do believe that way. I believe, if you pray and you're like, God, show me what to do on this, that He will. So, okay,
Yep.
that's my
I
theory.
agree.
So let's see here. We are going to. I'm going to pull up the stage here a little bit more. This is a visible image of the back of the house. This was taken on April 14th, 2026. So these are recent. This is the most recent image of the property on Ben Hill, and well, for lack of a better word, it's probably the last image I'll ever get of it.
Mm-hmm.
So let's we're gonna take that down. We're gonna come. I'm gonna show you all a video, a drone shot of the property that I took on that same day.
Wow. It's a perfect time of year, Chris. Look at that.
Yep, it was right before the leaves had grown on the trees, Ryan. Right before.
That's amazing. Yeah, there's the bus.
Yep.
Isn't it weird how there's a bus? Like, does anybody even know where it came from? Honestly, I mean, you just randomly put a bus in your yard. Oh, righty then.
Yeah, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I don't know the story behind the bus either.
I'm so glad you can do this droning because, like, it would be all over the place if I was doing that. It would be falling to the ground in the ponds, whatever. I get a little goofy after I drink my coffee. and I get sleepy afterwards, So apologize for that. But this is awesome. Awesome footage.
Thank you. Thank you. This was me down here, by the way.
And what people don't realize, Chris, can you pause it real quick?
Yes, sir.
One thing people don't realize is that stand of trees, straight ahead, like straight, the driveway goes behind that stand of trees that goes down to Ben Hill Road.
Yep.
And
Oh, yep.
I did a Google Earth sort of like it's called a viewshed tool, and it will use the geography to show you what you can actually see from any location.
Mm-hmm.
If you're standing anywhere near that house, they can't see the foot of the driveway. It's
That
like
is
a little bump. It's like a little bump. It's a little hill. It's crazy because it's a perfect blind spot for anything to happen.
Yes. That is true.
And then in the other direction, if you think about it, how many people have they allowed on their property? Like, just think of this theory. If summer was around there, would they continue allowing people up there to look and search and stuff? Or is it going to be an area where they're like, no, you can't drone here, you can't search here?
Right.
Do you understand what I'm saying? What I'm
I
getting
do.
at?
Yep. So me and Ryan have talked about that before. The fact that up until I was banned from the property, I was pretty much, the PIs had told me that we were allowed to go up there anytime we wanted to. We could search anything that we wanted, and the Wells didn't have to be home for that to happen. He could get permission to us to go pretty much at any time. So what does that tell me? That tells me that there is, in all likelihood, nothing on that property.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
So, that's, to me, it's very clear. I think what you have is, and I don't want to call anyone a bad parent or anything, but I think what you have here, guys, is a case of two people that, I'm trying to find the right words to use. Two people that are viewed by the public in a very bad light, but maybe they're not murderers. Maybe they're,
Do you think, between us and the whole internet, I guess.
She's like, just between us, even though the whole world's watching.
Honestly, in the whole internet. But honestly, in my opinion, just from watching their actions, do you see them as mentally capable of taking care of children? And I'm not calling them bad parents. I'm just saying, it could be from their past raisings, their things they've went through in the past. And I'm not taking up for anybody either. I just want to be clear on that, because I think once you have children, you take care of them, period. But
right.
Do you know kind of what I'm getting at? Like, once you're raised a certain way, that's kind of how you raise your children, unless you choose to take a different path.
Right. That's a touchy subject, I don't, yeah, that's just a
do I do all the untouchable questions for you?
I know.
Yeah.
sorry. I'm just saying, I've known people that have been raised a certain way, and it has made their mental health not so good. But
Okay.
they've raised children and they've turned that pattern around. Let's say it
Okay.
that way. But
Right.
some may not. But that's not an excuse because you can always change your life. In some way, you can better it. Like, even if you're dirt poor, you can still try to keep a clean home,
That
clean
is true.
children, things like that.
That is true. You can, and it it's about what you choose. You know, it's about how you choose to raise your kids, and you know, like Hash Brown just said, you either grow up to repeat the pattern or you grow up and do the opposite. You know, I've seen a lot of parents that have grown up and broke that pattern. But you know, um, I want to go back to Summer here. The thing is taken away on the houseboat. Um,
I'm,
I don't know.
I'm,
Go ahead,
I'm
Ryan.
yeah.
sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm
No,
sorry.
Kiki, you're asking an important question, and it's a question that explores. It forces us to explore the ethics and the past of the parents. And your your end of the research is very much personalities, people in the case, and their history and their past and their criminal records and what that means. And I can see Chris struggling because Chris has taken part in the search world. And if you watch David Rader give an interview on Duty Ron, and if somebody asks him what's his opinion of the parents, you'll notice that he has the same hesitation that Chris has, because the searchers have to be careful. They're focused on, give me the target locations of where the person was last seen, and I will do my best to search the land and look for those locations. And they try to avoid the human aspect of these cases. And Chris, that's why I was quiet for a long time, because I'm watching Chris to see how it's a new world. And on YouTube, you have to start talking about, hey, you know what the parents have a past. Don Wells has a long past, a long criminal record. I mean, we've got it. It's pages long. And there are claims of Candace's past as well. And there's other things that you have to start thinking about when you're talking about what could have happened. And were the parents' past involved, and the things that they were involved with before, with the drugs, with there's a long history. If you dig into, and Don Wells is probably going to kill me for saying this, but it's a fact. I mean, both Don Wells and Candace have family. Yeah, generational trauma. Hash Brown just nailed it. There's generational trauma on both sides of the family. However, does that matter when we're talking about searching? When Chris and I are sitting down mapping out where Summer Wells could be, does that have to be an issue? Does that have to be an aspect of the case that we have to consider? Like, it's a good question, Kiki, and I don't know what the answer is, and I'm curious, Chris. You know how searchers handle it off YouTube. You know what I mean? When you're
Right.
in a case, do you think that it is important? Do you think it has any impact on choosing locations to search when you talk about the criminal history, the family history, the generational trauma of these cases? Should we take it into account?
You know, I not necessarily, Ryan. I could tell you when I first got involved with this case, and we were, I was working with EquiSearch. We had after the search was over, they were invited to dinner. The parents were. Don and Candace were invited to dinner. They accepted, and we went to a local Mexican establishment here in Kingsport. I got the opportunity to sit across from them at dinner that night, and it was the first time that I ever had the opportunity to sit across from Don and Candace. And you've got to I couldn't take what happened at that dinner and use it as where should I search next. I just had to keep the facts in mind of what happened in the case, and the likelihood of where Summer was. So I think there's two sides to this, Ryan. There is the investigative journalism side that I'm going to have to get used to.
Yeah.
Because as coming into the YouTube world, my thing is I wanted to stay, keep as much integrity as possible. Keep my channel with squeaky clean, no blemishes. I wanted to I just want to do things with integrity. But there's a line between doing things with integrity and investigative journalism. So, in order to be successful on YouTube, I think that I've got to learn more about investigative journalism and looking into the parents, the past of the parents, how they treated their children, how they treated Summer, and decide on where to go from there. Because what I'm used to in the past is I just pretty much go where I'm told. I search what I'm told to search. I fly it. I analyze the images, and I move on. But if I truly want to be involved, and I truly want to make a difference, I've got to go further than that. I kind of have to be more than the searcher. I almost have to be the investigator. I almost have to be an online detective as well, right? Because if I'm not, then at the end of the day, what am I doing?
Yeah, the reason I see that just call me the psychologist of this group, okay? The reason I see it as important, and I'll tell you why. If somebody had, and in your field, okay, I can't do measurements, I can't do droning. There's no way. God help us all if I ever tried that. But anyways, like per se, with his background, with claims of allegedly her being in Knoxville, that's where the background would come in at with you, because you would be like, hey, these places that he may go to, maybe I need to drone, because what would be around the area, and that's that. I didn't mean to put up a hard question. I just get deep in thought, and I'm like,
No. So Kiki, the reason your question is good is because every case we've come across, if some family reaches out to us and says, hey, we've got a person missing in Virginia, let's say Gate City, right? And the last known sighting, I would today I would reach out to Chris and say, hey, do you want to cover this case? And if we did cover the case, you have to ask the family, what were the circumstances? Were they having mental health issues? Do they have the dementia? Like, you have to do investigative journalism. I think that's what Chris was getting at earlier, is like, before he would probably take direction from the PI who would give, they would do that research and say, okay, search the location. Well, now that's on Chris and it's on me,
Yeah,
if
that's
I'm
true.
working with Chris. And so these cases, if you're independent and you're also boots on the ground, you're the PI. You're the person who's trying to figure out what are the circumstances, when were they last seen, what was their mental health, what was the mental condition when it happened. And then, Chris and I would take all of that information and look at the maps and be like, okay, they were headed toward a lake. Obviously, we're going to focus on the lake. That, you know what I mean? Like that has to drive your search, and that's what every searcher who's working independently does. In this case, with Summer Wells, it's just so complicated because you've got the Knoxville claims, you've got the Knoxville connections. You could spend weeks, if not months, searching Knoxville areas, which we're considering. With this whole DJ Smith thing, we're considering that. Other people would say, what about the Utah stuff? What about the memorial they set up in Utah? The Utah connections with Dawn Wells. Why not go search in Utah? And there's a strong case to be made that Utah could be a good search location. What about Gatlinburg? Right before she disappeared, they went to Gatlinburg, and potentially someone could have been a predator and could have seen Summer, and she became a target. So maybe Gatlinburg is a good area.
Well, no,
Like,
the one picture that I seen, and I can't remember whose show it was on, but that was in Pigeon Forge.
yeah,
And you want to talk about handing out flyers. There's so many tourists there. I'm talking, especially in the fall, actually,
oh
there
yeah,
is a
oh yeah,
big car show, and you could just go for days on, telling people about her there.
yeah.
And, what if? I mean, you had that incident right down the road when we went up there to meet. What if something? I don't know, but I get deep in thought, but I am taking courses for PI online. It's going to take a while,
That's
but I
awesome.
am going to get that diploma, and that might help too if I can learn how to do
Yep.
those things. So I'll just
Very.
be the deep thinker. You all do the planning, okay?
I love it. That's awesome. I guess my point though is with Summer's case, there are other cases that come out that are newer. People disappear. It's almost like, okay, that feels so much easier than Summer's case. Because there aren't all these tentacles of potential. I mean, I went down the rabbit hole once of looking at Don's family. He's got a whole bunch of family who lives in, I think it's Virginia. And I went down this rabbit hole of what if she was handed off to this Virginia sect of the family, and I was looking at maps and I was trying to find locations that could be searched there. There's so many in Summer's case, because there's such little information about where she could possibly be. You can go down a rabbit hole that will send you halfway across the country searching, and you don't is it even worth spending that time and resources? And that's why I really like the idea that Chris is putting out now of saying, let's just start at ground zero. Let's rescan. Let's focus there. And if it leads anywhere else, if nothing comes up, then we can explore other areas, right? But I feel like going back to ground zero feels like the right thing to do at this point.
Yes, yes, I agree with that. I totally agree.
Yeah. So I'll chime in at that point, Ryan. So let's talk about ground zero. Let's talk about some of our plans moving forward. The biggest thing is we want to discuss. We want to get in a discussion with the new sheriff, which that will be September, right, Ryan?
Yes.
So we want to get in a discussion with the new sheriff about what we can do to help with the Summer Wells case, and we need to ask him if we can get EquiSearch back here in East Tennessee to help us search for summer. The biggest things is drone searching, not necessarily boots on the ground, because boots have been on the ground here before. And maybe we could still put boots on the ground again. It may not be a bad idea, actually, because you could always go through something, and if she was moved somewhere, maybe we find something. So, to be honest, I wouldn't mind boots on the ground again. So let's talk to the new sheriff. We're going to talk to him about trying to get EquiSearch back here, because EquiSearch is free. They're not going to charge anything to come here, right?
Yeah, it's
But
huge.
also, I mean, we're free. We're not going to charge the sheriff. And the goal is, when this fall, when all of these leaves start to fall, we want to start at ground zero and start mapping an area out again. And we want to map the whole area. So if we take our toolbar, let's take our sidebar. Let's start. Let's see here. We will. Sorry, guys. Give me just a moment.
You're
Okay.
fine. Now, as far as EquiSearch goes, it would take the new sheriff inviting them back in. Is that how that works?
Mhm.
Okay,
Yes, they would have to be asked to come back by the sheriff.
gotcha.
I believe he will.
You think so?
Joyful Dolphin 7326. I'd be interested to hear what waterfall you're talking about, just because I'm curious. And I have followed the tips from probably 50 to 60 psychics. So, and the only reason I haven't answered probably in chat here is because I've followed a lot of dead ends when it comes to psychics, and I'm pretty fed up. I'm pretty tired of it at this point. I'll be honest with you. And it's nothing against you. I know that you're saying you're a psychic and you have a tip, and I'm interested in hearing the tip. But if it doesn't match what the evidence and all of the facts that we have in the case is pointing toward, we're not going to go out in the middle of nowhere, some random waterfall. It has to match the evidence and what we're seeing. And no disrespect. That's all. That's the only reason. But I am interested. Please reach out. Please feel free to email. We'll explore it. But I'm not intentionally not responding.
Okay, so look at this, guys, how quickly this gets out of hand.
That's just insane.
That is a 1 mile radius.
Wow.
And to be honest, in my opinion, that needs to be droned again.
Yep. That's a 1 mile radius, Chris, and it doesn't even reach where you saw the truck.
Yeah. Yeah, it
That's
doesn't.
wild.
There we are,
And
back down here for the truck sighting, man.
Yep.
My question is too, how many days did they say that it took to cover that? Is that just over the entire time, or?
Yes, Seth, it's 1 mile from Summer's home. That's how much of the mountains and wilderness there is. Just 1 mile.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
saying go out 1 mile. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, you're fine. Starting with a 1 mile circumference around the home. So, and that would be it. So we're going to save that. So there's our 1 mile circumference. That's what we need to cover with mapping. But we could do that, Ryan. That's not going to be that hard. It is going to be hard. Don't get me wrong. But let's see here. Let's go.
T-Top, they searched, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, but they searched a 5 mile radius, didn't they?
Let's see here.
I thought I heard Dave Raider mention that on Duty Runs. It's a 5 mile radius.
Who? Equisearch?
Yeah, 5 mile radius around the home. Could be wrong.
I'm not really sure because when I was with them, we just had multiple locations that we needed to search.
Interesting.
But
See, I think that's what confuses all of us is that they'll say a 5 mile, the LE will say 5 mile radius. And then you're like, how, if they called, like with Sebastian's case, they called off the search within 7 days or 8 days. And you're
Yeah.
like, how did that, I know there's a lot of people, but how did they cover every little thing,
Kiki, they
So-
didn't. I guarantee, that's something that I've thought about as well. Let's say we go just from here. Let's see.
Yeah.
Just from Ben Hill.
Yeah, AGOT change is correct. The difficulty of the terrain increases the costs exponentially, for sure.
Yes. If she went out and got lost on her own, my thing is it would have to be in this area, I would think. What do you think, Ryan?
Say that again. If she what?
If she wandered off and got lost on her own, it would have to be in this area.
100% agree with that.
The reason I say that is because I have trekked up through here on searches, and it is very, very steep.
Yeah.
Excuse me. It is a very hard trek. So I think that she would have to be over here in this the polygon that I marked, which is a 1.4 mile perimeter. Oh, that's 1.4 mile perimeter. Sorry, that's 76 acres.
Yeah.
It says that during the search, that volunteers searched 2,400 acres. Man, I'll be honest. Like, I wish that we could get back into these areas and search them all on like boots on the ground again, But that's why I at least want to start with droning this area.
Yeah.
And maybe when we start droning, this is the area that we start with.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd expand the bottom part a little bit so that we're doing Possum Hollow and all the way out to Bell Road. Yeah. And then your other corner too. Yeah. Yep, exactly. I think that's perfect because the whole anybody who knows the area, from what I've learned talking to locals, is that behind Gorley's property, that's how you get out to Bell, that's how you get out to Field. And if
Mhm.
Summer knew those hills too, which she probably did, then she would have headed in that direction. For whatever reason, if she was on her own, wandering off, that I don't know, man. That's a scenario I just don't think. I don't think she would. I don't think she would take off on her own. But even if someone was taking her, I still think that's a prime area that needs to be searched.
Right. I agree.
Well, in my opinion, too, if someone did take her, even at the bottom of the driveway, with it being that remote of an area, they would have had to know the roads, the house. They would have had to watch prior to, in my opinion, or
Yeah.
somebody that knew her. Because I'm not gonna, well, I'm not gonna do that anyways, but you're not gonna randomly just drive up a road and hop in the, you know what I'm saying? It's not gonna just be, I don't think, a stranger, in my opinion.
Yeah, they knew the whereabouts that day. They knew what they were doing. They knew Candace and all of them were going to be back home at that time, and potentially Summer would be outside. I feel pretty strongly about that. They knew. They knew somehow what the schedule was.
Yeah.
The patterns of where she played, where she was, where the boys were that day,
Mhm.
just they had to think of a lot of things.
Yeah. So my biggest thing, Ryan, is what I want to do is I really want to be able to get this new drone before the fall because this new drone would allow us to be able to map out that area very quickly with using RGB and near infrared at the
Mhm.
same time. Because right now, with the equipment that I have, we would have to map it out twice. So we would have to map it with two different drones, and that would
Yeah.
actually be very rough.
Yeah.
Um, so if we could figure out if we could get the better drone, then we could actually map out that whole area with near infrared and RGB. It would cut down the workload time tremendously, and we could start doing our change analysis on the images a lot quicker. But we've still got a few months before the leaves start falling off the trees.
Yep.
So got a few months to work that out, and I'm gonna before we wrap this up, I wanna ask the chat: is there anything that you all would like to see me work on? Anything that you all would like to see me do that involves images, image analysis, drones, that maybe even going back out to the area and droning a certain thing? Is there anything that you all would recommend that you would like to see me do before we go live next time? I would love to get your input. Now, look, it can't be anything crazy, right? You all, you gotta, and I can't promise that I will be willing or able to do every single thing that gets brought up in the chat. But I would
Hey,
love to
Chris,
hear. Yeah, go ahead.
sorry, there's interesting comments. Howdy627. I'm getting the sense that you know things, that you're local. Um, the first comment that caught my eye was there's a watching you all now like her, followed by one of us is watching, and then a comment, hunting blind. I've always believed that the people who have summer or who know where summer is are watching YouTube. And I rarely see someone I don't recognize in a chat mentioning, just kind of hinting that you may be watching. So maybe I'm reading into things too much, but if you are watching and you potentially know what's going on here or have any information, and you don't want to get in trouble, or you think we could get in trouble, anybody who may know something and doesn't want to reach out to TBI or law enforcement for obvious reasons, if you do reach out to Chris and or myself, and you may be able to point us in the direction of where to look for where she could be. I hope by now people know that Jen and I and Chris at this point, we're only interested in finding Summer. We're not interested in getting anyone in trouble or anything like that. So if you do know anything, could you please reach out to Chris or myself and point us in the right direction? You want to do it anonymously, make a new Gmail account. Let us know where you think Chris and I should go search, and we would be happy to. And no names have to be part of it. Just answers are all that matters at this point. Sorry, Chris. Just those comments were really weird, and I got the sense that there's something more to them, so I just wanted to highlight them.
Right? Yeah. I'm not even sure that I saw those, Ryan.
It's Howdy 627. Yeah, it could be nothing. It could be another psychic. I don't know. It's just weird. They're weird comments.
Right.
You never know. You never know.
Yeah, for sure. Anyways, Ryan, is there anything else that you have for me that you want me to pull up, or?
No, dude, we covered so much tonight. I think this was a really cool live. I've never been live for 4 hours straight. Do you realize we've been live for 4 hours?
I do. Ryan, I am so beat, man. I'm not gonna lie.
No, this was really cool. I think doing
It was so much fun.
Yeah, it was. It was awesome. I think doing study sessions live like this is valuable. People can see what we're thinking, and help. We got some really cool insight from our chat tonight. Really.
Yeah.
So, and what people were asking where to access the spreadsheet. What are your thoughts on that?
I am going to. I tell you what, guys, listen. Pay attention to Ryan's YouTube and my YouTube. I'm going to find a form. I don't think it's going to be a spreadsheet. I think it's going to be a form that's going to enter submissions for us. Actually, I think a Google Doc. A Google Doc is what it's going to be. I will have that sent out sometime tomorrow morning. So if you all pay attention, we will have it sent out sometime tomorrow morning. And what we're going to do is, as those submissions come through, me and Ryan will go through them, and we will figure out, I'm going to write down every state and then every country. And as the submissions come in, we will mark off which state and which country they're from. Like I said, the goal at first is to be able to have one flyer up in every single country in the world. Once we get that done, then we can look at multiples, like if there's multiple people in a country or if there's multiple people in a state,
Yep.
and then we can start putting them up everywhere, a lot of them. So that's that will be out by tomorrow, guys. Just give me a moment, give me a chance to rest, and I will get that made. I will have it made very, very soon.
Sounds good. So we'll be sharing the link shortly. And Chris, thanks for having me on your live. Was this your first live, by the way?
This was my very first live. Sassy
Very
is
cool.
asking. I don't think, Sassy, I don't even have mods right now. Is the problem. We were doing this blind. I don't know who's the mods, and the only
Whoa.
thing I know is it's my channel and I went live for the first time.
We'll work that out. You can do it from your YouTube studio, I think. But yeah, this was amazing. I think this is valuable to do this every now and then. And
Yeah,
thank you
I
for having me, Chris.
Yeah, thank you for coming on, Ryan. Thank you.
And thank you for being willing to get up tomorrow if the weather permits and help Layla's search team as well. That's huge.
Absolutely.
It's going to be amazing.
Absolutely. Well, guys, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Thank you. I'm seeing the chats come across. Thank you so much. Please subscribe to my channel. It's really going to help me out a lot. I'd appreciate it. Again, thanks for tuning in. Until next time, we're just echoes in the mountains.
Amen. Have a good night, Chris.
You too.
Okay.